YouTube sound check. Get myself unmuted on the YouTube side. I'll be back and forth from my desk for a little bit here. Leave this up here. Maybe throw something else for pre-market wise. So you've got pre-market highs versus pre-market lows. It only just started a couple of minutes ago, so you're not getting a full pre-market shot here. And this is a pre-market scan. It's just doing stocks with the highest volume percent today. Taking a look at those here. So going to be your most active stocks in the pre-market relative to what they're normally doing. So Posh, pretty active. Wow. Did Posh cure cancer? Throw up some pre-market here. It's funny, I've had Posh coming through my evening scanners a whole lot lately, and I guess for good reason. Buyout offer. Very cool. And give me a moment here. I'll throw up some upgrades and downgrades. All right, not a whole lot in the way of that. So there's your upgrades and downgrades. You see Real's got a couple different important items in there as well. Thank you for that, Real. pre-market race here for anybody that's interested to look at that as well. Wow, ATXI. After that day yesterday, what a move here in the pre-market. No reels mentioning some of these here that are on the scan now. So the browser interface, it looks a little cleaner, a little smoother. There we go. Very nice. FinGR touched somewhere in the 9s yesterday in the post market. Looking real strong here in the pre-market again. EERC. So it looks like a very active pre-market this morning. So just in case I am here, anybody, any questions, fire those away at any point for me. Just kind of doing some of the other duties I have around here. And just in case that noise is some pouring of my morning tea. So interesting, all last week on my races, there's a lot of inverse ETFs and ETNs coming through. Just had a good shot of a bunch of bullish ones. So we shall see what that holds for the day. Obviously a big gap up going on in the SPY and the other major indexes. So there's a SPY gapping up a little more than 1.5% at the moment here. It's funny. Everybody got so bearish, and October is known as the bear killer. I'm skeptical that the bear is done, but, right, it has to end at some point. There's the Qs. That's under some key pivot line right there. So I don't think that's any happy accident that that's where it faltered. I think everybody's looking at the same levels more or less as technicians. Grandma and Grandpa's index, the Dow. Same thing here, gapping up 1.25, give or take, and the IWM. Almost 2% on the IWM. That's gapped up over a key level right here. So we'll see what that bodes. Again, no lack of activity in the pre-market here. THX, quite active here. Interestingly enough, good amount of shares traded here, but it looks like it was all in basically one block here. Pre-market work a little out of my element. I just don't do a lot in the pre-market, generally speaking. Let's click around a few of these here. Ouch. And there lies the danger of pharmaceuticals. Bullish bear trade of the week. Oh, Jay's already got it. Yeah, rum. I believe it was 1345 was live on it, but don't quote me on that. Yeah. I agree with that, Zach. It's one of those odd ones. I think I said that yesterday. Maybe it was about that. It's a low float, but it just doesn't do the crazy, or it hasn't really. Jonathan over in YouTube. When I'm swing trading, I sometimes put in a fantasy target, I'll call it, or a wish list target, seeing if I can get tagged there on an odd print outside. Other than that, no. I don't do much in the pre-market or post-market ever. Not my cup of tea. Generally speaking, I'm a terrible pre-market trader, so I just avoid it. It's going to be an interesting open, that's for sure. LCFY. Oh yeah. 13 million in the float. apron active here, but no, not making any real moves after that crash yesterday. So just in case for anybody that might not have been here yesterday, Barry is on vacation for the week. He will be back, I believe, next Monday. But for now, you're stuck with me. I am not quite as active as Barry. I'm doing this a lot longer than me. So please forgive any radio silence during the day. But of course, anybody with questions or anything like that, let me know. In the main room, if you have questions for me, it's probably best to tag me. Just a lot of things going on my end of the spectrum here. A little different role that I play overall than Barry here. And for the most part, I'll try to keep my chatter down. I know most of you are probably veterans that don't really need any extra market commentary anyways. And so who had ATXI doing this on their bingo card today? An ugly looking daily chart though. Yeah, Jonathan, give me 1 second. I'll send links over for you right away. Let's see here. All right, so going over into YouTube, there is the race. If anybody wants that here in the main room, that's the race I have running currently. And pre-market highs versus pre-market lows with the volume percent today. In the volume percent today, it's just stocks that are active. It doesn't matter if they're up or down. I'm sorting on volume percent today. So I don't care if they're up or down. I just want to see active stocks. I go through those both in both rooms for you there. So navy blue, let me pull up, let me take a look at what you're saying here. Get a dock channel bar open. Bring that over. What stock are we talking about? LCFY. This might not be in there because of an earnings filter. So if we look at the upgappers, configure, there's an earnings filter in here to keep out ETFs. So let me see, that's probably what's blocking it. Gapped up 44%. Why is it not there? Price $1. That's why. Minimum price of $1 in there. That's what's got it blocked, actually. So blue navy, if what you want to do is get a lower price on that channel for gap ups, you can change that. You can do this. You can right click, come to configure, look for Windows specific filters, and change that price minimum to whatever you like. I don't know if you want a 50 cents or something like that. And then you'll click OK to save that. And once you've done that, if you want to keep your own pre-market set like this, what I'd recommend you to do is right click the top of the dock and go save or share to cloud, and then just rename it, my pre-market channel or something like that. Go ahead and save that. And then moving forward, you'll want to load that from the menu bar. So the menu bar here, you'll go file, load from cloud, and that'll be here in your cloud moving forward. Just for those that don't know, and obviously because you're new, anything on the channel bar is saved to our servers and pushed out to all users. So you can't you can edit the channels, but you have to save them to your own cloud and or your own local drive. You can't save them back into the channel bar to change them like that. But they are all customizable, and you just save it as your own essentially. All right, perfect. Glad that worked out for you. Thanks, Jonathan. Good to know that those layouts are working well for you. Try to do something that was reasonable in the sense it'll give alerts, but try to weed out the junk alerts. There's no perfect scan, but I'm glad those are working out well for you. The score filter, I don't use it as much as I used to. I think it's it's good if you're looking for mostly technicals with a dash of fundamentals in there. I would say I'd be more using it for things that I'm looking for longer term swing trades out of. Currently, I'm not doing any swing trading at all right now. That could change any minute based on market conditions, but for now, I've been going to cash for months and months every night. So I think it has merit, but it's not something I would use in my day trading personally. I'm not saying it couldn't be used in day trading. And for those that are wondering, Jonathan in YouTube was asking about the score filter here that Andy and Michael created. So it's our composite rating filter here. And, something that you might want to do or for anybody else, you don't have to necessarily scan on it, add it to a scanner. You could create a top list, scan for stocks and price range you're looking for, any other technical filters or fundamental filters specifically that you want in stock. And then you could sort based on the composite rating. And this way you would have, a list of stocks that are quote unquote interesting to you and how you're scanning, and then sort it on what's the strongest based on that score. And the score updates in real time. So, we can make something real quick. Let me open oops, that's not what I wanted. Make a top list real quick here. So new top list. Bring this over here. And let's just say, for example, I wanted stocks in between, I don't know, $8 and $100, right? And I want to see that they've traded, let's say 750,000 shares on the day. And we'll say that's a relative volume of at least 1 if it does that. And then we can go score and the composite rating, and we can go sort by. All right. And back to the search, we can show the column as well now. So we have that there. Press OK a couple of times. And here's a list of stocks that would meet that in the pre-market right now. We could change that so we could look at what it was during yesterday's live session essentially too. And then you'd have a list, here's a list of stocks that are, traded that amount of shares, had the relative volume to meet it, and have a high score rating. Yeah, I'll share this out. Let me, sorry, text messages coming in. We got some inclement weather here in my youth softball team. We have to cancel tonight, our game. We're getting flooded out. Let me just make one adjustment on this to share it with you here. I'm going to change the color scheme so that it's based on the score and looks a little nicer. And then, you can use this as a template and add or change anything that you want in here. So, if you want to change columns, just right click, come back into configure. And, if you want to take a column away, you can select it and then move it from left to right. And if there's a column you want to add, but you don't see it on the right side here, you just search the column, something with volume you want. If you wanted average, daily volume 3 months, select it and just go show column, and that'll pop up like that for you. Let me give it a name. Call it score template for you. And just so you know, I have it set to, market hours only. So you can always switch that to by right-clicking, going to time frame. Let's see, and share the cloud, and I'll save that to, or share that to both rooms for you folks. And And again, I see numbers kind of going up both sides here. So Barry, if you weren't here yesterday, excuse me, Barry's on vacation till Monday. So I'm your substitute teacher filling in. As I said before, not quite as active throughout the entire day as Barry is. Also, I know a lot of you are veterans in here. You don't need a ton of marketary comments. So other than answering questions, I keep it to a minimum as to not bother you all. But of course, don't hesitate, anybody with questions, please. And okay, good to know, William. I don't know what happened here. I updated BIOS over the weekend on this laptop, and it screwed everything up. And I've been able to undo some of it, but not all of it. So perhaps some of what I did fixed it, but good to know. So what do we got? We've got about 8 minutes and change here before the market opens. Drop that out of the way. That out of the way. Good morning, Chris, over there in YouTube land. Okay, Navy. Good to hear. Welcome to the community. It's a tough environment, so if you can hold your own in this environment, it's never easy, but it gets easier from this. Yeah, Amit. There's if you were to go to new docked channel bar, I'm just going to do docked channel bars because otherwise I'll lose my layout. But there's a free floating channel bar if you want to. And you scroll down and click more, show more. You'll come to unusual options channel here. All right. So you can look at it that way. And then, we can create scanners based on unusual options volume as well. We have 6 different options volume filters. So let's build something out real quick here. And I have something I can share as well. So let me first share something out and I'll go over that real quick. I actually meant to share this yesterday, but I had David in yesterday on the last hour and we were just having a good back and forth and I forgot about this, but so I have this strong options in 20 days. So let me share it out to both rooms here. Most of my scanning is pretty simplistic. I like to get a lot of ideas in my scanning. This is more kind of swing scanning for me. And then I like to go through lots and lots of charts in the evenings and early mornings. But just to go over this really quick here, what I did was, let's look at stocks between 10 and 100 bucks, traded 1.25 million shares on the day. It's got to be a relative volume of 1. They got to be 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So I want to see stuff that's, possibly looking to break out over 20 days. I want to see stuff stuck in no man's land or in a downtrend. And then I took and sorted by options volume today. So it's a 10-day average of options volume as a percent. And so basically I'm saying, show me stocks with the most options action on the day fitting my criteria, so I want them ordered like that. And so that's what you got here. And that's what I shared with you there. Go back into the configure real quick. You can put in options filters. Oops. So, we have these different options filters, and you can scan on them, or you could sort on one of them. You can't sort on multiple things. There's not multiple sorts. But, you could look at, if you wanted to put call ratio, you wanted to see about a certain number of contracts or average contracts, being above average contracts, you want to just look at put volume only, call volume only, or again, options volume today is percent. Those are what we have to offer. And then, of course, from there, you go to your broker and look at what the contracts are that you would have to be able to trade. You have 6 trades in the AI window. Okay, those are not trades. Those are from yesterday, I do believe. Give me a second here. I am 100% sure that Holly has made no trades in the pre-market, so you'll have to excuse that. Yeah, these are all from yesterday, so something didn't clear in the overnight process. So, all right, I think we're all set with the pre-market here. Get rid of this stuff out of my way. Good morning, Aj. How are you? And again, if I miss someone's question or anything like that, just post again. And especially if you're in the main room, tag me in it, please. All right, it's easier for me for the main room if someone tags me with something. But I'll never duck a question. I might tell you I don't know, but I won't duck it. So here we go. 1 minute to the open, everybody. Remember the first couple of commandments here in trading. Thou shalt not chase. Thou shalt not trade without a stop loss. SPY looks to make a gap around 1.5%, it looks like. pre-market off my charts. No, William, that is a terrible plan. I agree with you. But you're correct. That's the way some people roll. So IMBT had a nice day yesterday. It's had a nice couple of days. Let's see what it does here. DNA had a nice day last week too. I don't remember what day.
IMBT.
Oh, it's a good looking chart right now, DNA.
AERC.
So anything you're hearing going off, that's just my my price alerts.
HUD.
SNTI back at it this morning.
Grab.
There's ATXI up over 16 now.
SNTI.
So, click around, set some price alerts, and
RMED.
let the shakers and movers move around and see who's standing afterwards, after this open here. Big open from the SPY here. Really bullish numbers off the bat here on these compare counts. Really bullish. We'll see if those come back down to earth a little bit here in the next 10 minutes or so.
Blue.
So I saw HUT earlier moving. Here's Mara. So obviously Bitcoin's in play right now. APPS, this is one I haven't seen in a long time. This thing went on a crazy run, I think in the summer of 2020. Yeah, summer of 2020, what a move this made. Right around this level here and ran all the way up to about 100 bucks. Reset some of these price alerts. A lot of stuff strong off the open here. The ERC still strong after the first 6 minutes here.
Mara.
Yeah, SPY real strong off the open here. That's a big move. Just shy of 2% right now on the SPY. You got 1 2/3% on the Dow and just shy of 2.5% on the NASDAQ right now. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how this all shakes out. So new issue ADEA coming through the races. 240,000 shares traded on it, but let's see what happens. And just bring over this sector list really quick. A lot of green like yesterday. All green like yesterday, minus the 20-year and the VXX. VXX doesn't really mean much to me. Solars. And solars were one of those
ADEA.
brighter spots in the market than everything else. Sold off less than everything else, so might be a place to be looking here. Goodyear tires. Everybody's buying snow tires, right? All right, so ATXI coming back down to earth here a little bit. Pacific Bio had a nice day last week, right? Am I missing? No. That was months ago. It felt like it was last week, I guess. I don't know. It's a good size float on Pacific Bio. I didn't realize it was such a high float here. Big short float on Pacific Bio as well.
RMED.
So IMVT, not looking back so far at all. Real strong off the open.
PACB.
So BR's pulled back some. Now moving into the gap. Mares off the highs. ERC holding strong on that open. HUT hovering right around just over 2. YMM, I believe that's trucking out of China, right? Shippers and truckers, yeah. Terrible looking daily chart. But up here pretty big right now. Percent wise anyways, almost 10% move off the open. What's the K-Web doing? All right, and the FXI. China, probably about the same. Yeah, they look almost identical. Wow, that FXI daily chart is god-awful. The K-Web looks is terrible. No, K-Web actually looks better than the FXI overall, or more recently anyways. Good morning, Jorge. How are you? All right, so Mara's still kind of hovering here. So Bio. So the only real runaway right now is IMVT. Obviously, 8 will be an issue. All right, so there's Mara making a little bit of a move here. This has got a little bit of room, Mara. You're tied to Bitcoin with it, so YMM moving up over 7 now. CUE, another bio. Let's throw a price alert on that here.
Q.
All right. Let's see if everything's going to run away and not give an entry here. IMVT really moving along here. We got price alert up over 8. AREC also plugging along here. Let's move that up. Just over high a day. Let's go. So Mara's looking much stronger than HUT right now. What's Riot doing? It's still tethered to Bitcoin, right? There's Riot. This looks like a tough level for Riot right here. Going back.
IMVAERC.
Throw a price alert here up over 760 on Riot.
PACB.
And that closes the first 15-minute candle just a moment ago. SPY still moving up now. Wow, IMVT. There's this newer issue, ADEA. Still would like to see a little bit more shares traded on it. Not a whole lot of data, unfortunately, here. Jason, make sure that, I don't know how you're doing it, but you got to make sure that you're connected to a broker, right? So I'm not sure how you're trying to make those trades, but also there's something off with Holly right now. She's showing yesterday's trades. See, I don't really know what to say here on this. But if you're trying to trade like this, you got to make sure any of these that you're using are attached to an account. So here in Brokerage Plus, if you're using any of these strategies, you got to right click, edit the strategy, and make sure there's an account here selected there. So it's a twofold connection here. You connect here to the broker, and then you got to connect to the account in any strategy that you're looking to trade off of. But no, I mean, that's yesterday. Obviously, that's yesterday's trade. That's yesterday's trade. I'm not sure if Mona Lisa's or not. All right, so I think SCS is a today trade and Mona Lisa's a today trade. I think all the rest is from yesterday because you can see exit prices and times for the rest. So it's a bit jacked up. Yeah, I messaged the team already also, so I haven't heard back from anybody. A little bit unfortunate, of course, but I'm just the guy out here in the shooting gallery. All right, back to our scheduled program. So is Riot now making a nice move here. So bio back up, IMVT hovering around that 8. ARC hovering there, just on a little bit of a pullback. Mara, nice move. I thought about a 12:30 entry on Mara. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. So it was a little extended off this 8 EMA on the 15-minute for me. Pac Bio back down. And here's SNTI. Looking for that 3 level here.
SNTI. ADEA. Order filled.
I'm taking a shot there in SNTI. And keep a tight stop here.
SNTI. PACB. Q. SNTI.
Here's Q as well, looking strong. I'd like to see more shares traded in that as well, though. BCRX, there's a stock I haven't seen for a while. Those drawings, those are old. I had some long-term positions in this for a while. Back in 2020. Isn't that interesting? Running right up into this resistance here. I've probably had this line drawn since, I'd say probably since November of last year. I've had this line drawn. Pacific Bio still hovering around. ADEA couldn't get through that 8 really. Riot hovering right around here still. IMVT still looks very strong. Blue as well remaining strong off that open. Room to 7-ish, give or take.
AERC.
There's AERC back up at it, setting off a price alert and leading a race again. There's SNTI trying to pull away from 3 a little bit here. So there's AERC now really trying to break away. I'm watching that close here. And CUE, what a breakout there now. Big move. Still, I know the relative volume's high in that, but the shares traded is kind of meh. And SNTI, I am possibly going to close this here. Can't push through 310. There we go. CUE coming right back down. Big spike, that big volume. Now we're starting to see some shares traded in that. Let's keep an eye on that one here, moving up. Pacific Bio still staying kind of strong off the open, but
AERC
certainly running into some resistance. Mara has held up well here on the open so far, and SPY still looks really strong while it's extended. Just remember, it'll stay extended longer than you can stay sane. Yep, and there goes SNTI giving back up. Hey, Blue, how are you? Barry is on vacation for the week. He'll be back Monday, so you're stuck with me until then. And again, so I see the trading room itself is really filled out with numbers here at this point. Is the last time I mentioned it, but yeah, Barry is on vacation. You are all stuck with me for the next couple of trading days. Keeping my eye on the chats the best I can. I also have a lot of emails and other things that I have to answer and do around here. So, if you've got something specific, question related, make sure you just tag me in it. All right.
PACB Q.
Oh, there goes SNTI. So I peeled out some at 309. I won't stick around much longer if it can't push up through. Watch and see AERC makes that next push. They're over 440 now.
Caps.
Bed Bath and Beyond. I really try to avoid the meme stocks. I'm not a fan of trading them in general, but can't not notice that. Jonathan, you could look at position in yesterday's range. So let me open this as a top list here and look for, go to configure, search, position in previous day's range, I think it is. So you could do this and then set the minimum to 100. So it's got to be over yesterday's, right? So you'd add that filter, and we can go here to the show me function, and 100 is show me stocks where it's at least 100% above the low of that range. And then you just have to figure if you're doing it as an alert window, you just got to figure an alert you want to use to couple with that. ADEA, looking interesting now. Mookie EPS earnings per share filter. So a lot of times, actually, that EPS filter is used for people trying to weed out, eat out ETFs. So that's what that's mostly used for.
Order filled.
You got it, Mookie. So apps making a nice move here. Riot, very strong. Know about this level right here, though. $8 is going to be tough for Riot.
Order filled.
All right, so I killed the rest of that SNTI just up over a little bit here, over 3. I don't like the way it's gotten stuck around in that area. I'll revisit maybe on a 310 break again. I'll walk away happy for now with that.
SNTI.
Of course, there it'll go now. Watching this here still. Pacific Bio's falling off on us here. AERC hasn't pushed through that 440 level all the way yet. And again, anybody with questions, just make sure you fire those away for me. I know, like I said before, my market commentary is not quite as fluent and smooth as Barry's, but I am here nonetheless to answer anything. So HUT never really moved off this level here. Interest in that looks like it's waned quite a bit. And SPY continues on right now, still looking really strong. SNTI still just struggling around that level for now. IMVT hanging out here, just over 8 still. CUE at 280 level seems to be the level for now. And I'd say the volume's dried right back up in that again. We saw a big spike here, falling right out again. We'll see what happens. Blue back down was an early move there. Merit continuing strong here still. Looks real strong still. Keep my eye on this AERC. And apps, interestingly enough, looks very strong. It's coming through new anything. Upstart. Stock famous for some funny reasons. Carnival Cruise Lines. ×2 right now.
SNTI. IMVT.
So I'm watching this SNTI to maybe revisit it here. IMVT. Catching up here on this 8.5.
apps, SNTI,
That just seems to be a big barrier for it right now. For you level 2 people, I'm guessing you're seeing a good size seller at that level.
blue, AERC, ABEA,
And there goes SNTI. Bang. Right through it. Didn't even give a shot. I just took a ADEA. I got to fill at 8.12 on that. I just took that here. You got it there, legal. Happy to fill in. Barry's not easy shoes to fill in.
Mara,
All right, ADEA. I'm going to close some of that out in a second here. And SNTI making me cry now. It's hard to watch all these chats, answer emails, and trade. Not going to lie. I don't know how Barry does this.
grab,
So IMVT, got a flattening moving average there. HUT continues to do absolutely nothing. ATXI continues to give it up. Working its way into that gap. But, well, move a price alert for you pullback fans. So BR seems to be dead in the water for now.
IMVT.
And what's new coming
SNTI.
through here? It's a big level right there, that 35-ish on SNTI. Let's see, QSI. That's interesting. Yeah, Billy, I'll just give you the scan if you want. Here's the scan. Just give me 1 second to share it out. There you go. And you can dive into it. Give me a little while. I'm just managing a couple trades here, and I'll go over. I put that in both the chats for you folks. And just give me a few minutes and I'll go over that. CIM making its way up here. That's interesting. So IMVT can't really get back above that level now. Let's see if it can hold 8 here. ADEA kind of hanging out here just over that breakout level. Apps, big pullback on that. PLSE. That's interesting. This is a newer issue now. Throw a price alert here. That's a big level right there. If it can bust through that, maybe get rolling a little bit here. Again, I'd like to see more shares traded than what's there, but we'll see. I think HUT is dead in the water. Blue.
CIM.
Possibly done. GRAB hanging out here at 3. A lot of shares traded. Volume's okay. 1.92 on that relative volume. SNTI keeps trying to push that level there. Can't really get through.
Order partially filled. Order
So I just jumped SNTI again at 37, 36. I'm lying. Again, I'll keep a tight stop on it.
ADEA.
And ADA continuing to move for me here. Very nice. So mirror with a pullback here. Some topping shadows. AUTL. Put an alert near high of the day, but I don't know about that. It's not very many shares traded to this point. There's SNTI trying again here. Let's see if it can't get over here. If it doesn't pull away quickly, I will exit it again for just a few dollars. And there goes SNTI again. Nice little move here. I'm going to close some out now.
AERC.
So I just closed some of the SNTI on that move. And ADEA, that feels good right there. There's obviously no chart resistance in it, so well, let's see what happens here. SNTI continues to be strong here.
IMVT.
There's IMVT making some noise again. But I think I'm all set. I don't think I'll be entering anything else for now. Oh, SNTI, oh my. All right, I got out a little more of that SNTI there. I'm just holding a touch now. Apps, IMVT still can't really push through that. Trying to hold 8 here. AERC blasted up through that 45 level. And I'm just going to sit comfortable where I am currently, though.
ADEA. SNTI.
Well, there goes SNTI, giving that right back up. I've got just a little bit left. We'll see what happens in the next moment here. So there's EVTL. And again, just not a ton of volume in it.
Order cancel.
trying to hold on for SNTI here. EDEA still looks okay here. Peloton, everybody's favorite stock. All right, so blue is giving it up. I don't know that that's going to bounce necessarily. Mara's hovering around down here still. It might be interesting to revisit here, see what it can do here. DADA, who are you? China. It's going to be a no for me, dog. KC is China. King's Croft, I think. Yeah. King's Soft, not Croft.
SNTI.
IMVT made it back up. A little bounce here for it.
Order filled.
I'm going to close SNTI here and revisit again later in the day if necessary, but I'm happy with that trade. I'm just going to throw myself on mute here for a few moments there. Pardon me, folks. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. So a few price alerts going off for me. Pacific Bio right back up there again on some volume too. That's interesting. Blue back up again. I'm feeling good about SNTI exit for now. Maybe I'll regret it in a little bit.
SNTI.
All right, SNTI might make me have to get back in again. QSI, have you moved much? Well, let's move off this here. Not a ton of room here. Big float too. AVCT, what's happening here? Well, that's interesting. Yeah. Yes, it is.
SNTI.
Oh, there it goes. B-fly. That's interesting. B-fly.
BFLY. Mara,
I'm still holding the pieces ADEA, but really reversed on me here. Might have to just kill the rest of it now.
IMVT,
Grab. Not much to comment there. CMI. Watching this AERC here. See what happens at the top of these upper shadows.
AERC, ABCT,
Watching that ABCT there.
Riot,
So yeah, just kind of sitting on my hands a little bit now. There's some things that interest me, but I just, whenever I have a good morning, I don't like to hand it
SNTI.
back. This AVCT, I mean, the volume's picking up. It's got room up to 3, maybe slightly over. Well, that AVCT, Got a big float too. I mean, 100 million in the float, so it's not like it's a low float moving on us here. IMVT continues to remain relevant. As well, AERC. Volume picked up in both those again. And be patient on this SMTI.
AUTL. AERC.
That is why I just don't want to go rushing into anything right now.
IMVT. ABCT.
Oh, ABCT did a reverse split yesterday. I did not know that. ATXI, I haven't heard from you in a long time. Well, that's interesting. Defended this 13 level here. Very interesting.
ATXI.
There goes ATXI popping through 14. So perhaps I think I'll steer clear of that, at least for now. I think that 14, 15 level will be the level that is tough to get through. SNTI now making that push up into 370s again. That looks good there.
ATXI.
Here comes ATXI poked over that 1415 level. And QSI continuing on here. Wow, SNTI, what a move now. So SNTI right back down on that big pop there. QSI, that's an interesting level on it right there. Especially
QSI.
it's not a huge float. ATXI grinding. IMVT right back off those highs of the day. Riot, same thing. Mara, I believe the same. I'm just going through resetting a bunch of these price alerts here. And ADEA not moving much for me now.
Mara.
Look at the SPY in a minute here. So SPY is just kind of grinding sideways, slightly up over the last hour. Riot and Mara trying to break back out again. PSNY, who are you?
SNTI.
That's interesting. All right, for those of you with the AI, that should be all set now. It should only be showing 2 trades, so do apologize for that. LVWR. It's another one of those new issues here. Up over $10. That's interesting. GRAB continues to grind here. A lot of overhead resistance, though, on this. A lot of overhead resistance. Huge float, too. I didn't realize how big that float was till just now. So this is APPS up, bouncing off 16 again here. So got a little room on it. If it can continue to push, you're going to want the market. We're going to want the market on our sides for it, I would suspect.
LVWR.
MARA looking strong here still. See if it can't break over high of day for us. And ATXI made an all right move here. Spread hasn't been terrible on this for the most part, to be honest. Between, I don't know, a cent and 10 cents most of the way here. Of course, now you say that and it opens up to 20 cents. I apologize for jinxing that. AUTL, nothing here. 300,000 shares traded. Not interesting.
AVCT.
AVCT trying to make noise again. Volume really fell out on it when it couldn't get above this level here. And mirror right back down again. Everything's kind of in a holding pattern. I think a lot of things are now following the overall market here. Did a chop now for the last hour. Qs look almost exactly the same.
IMVT. Q.
So for anybody, just realize if anybody's not a Trade Idea subscriber here, you're looking to try the software. Do have early registration for our test drive coming up. Drop a link in both the chats here. So $11.11. There's a link in the main room, link into YouTube. $11.11 to get you 2 weeks access to the software. And right now, things just kind of hanging around. CUE set off a price alert. IMVT back up, trying to break over high day. No, not quite. So 43-ish. 44 was the high of day on IMVT. Looking at a daily chart, hard to want to jump into that. Looking here on these intraday charts, though, moving averages are catching up nice. So, well, we'll see. AVCT pushing that 280, but I just don't know about that. ATXI completely fell apart again. That's why I decided I don't want to be a participator there. But again, defending that 13 level. It's interesting. So we got a floor. It was a good move over 14, but very short-lived. On that 15-minute chart, AVCT continues to grind up here. I haven't looked at the scan in a while. So Tupperware, what are you doing? That's interesting. Flight to safety in Tupperware. Stephen, I would say the best strategy for trading the open is don't trade the open. That's my personal opinion. And that comes after I still consider myself a new trader, but I really don't like to trade the first 25 to 35 minutes. Just too many head fakes, too much nonsense, too much chasing. Go through some of these here. Some of these showed up, later in the day here. And IMVT just rocketed off. So look, here IMVT, you had all this time, let this set up and get a move. And I mean, you can't ask for a whole lot more than that, I don't think. SN, where's SNTI? Somewhere here. SNTI, 3 15-minute candles in, and then you get the explosion, right? And so, some of the bigger movers today have had moves later into the morning. I know there's a big allure to trading the open. But it's just, for every winner that I see on the first 15 minutes, it's probably 10 losers. It's not a very good, I think of things in ratios, when I'm setting a stop loss and a potential target, I want a higher target ratio than stop loss ratio. When I'm thinking of where I'm finding my average winners and losers for trades, I want to find, a higher average of winners, not the money part of it, but the actual, trades that work. You suck, ADEA. Messing with my emotions here. So jump back down to like 820, bounce right back up towards 830 again. I'm just holding a piece of that still. Running sideways like this, but I'm losing confidence in it. You're welcome, Stephen. And I went over yesterday, and I don't want to kill anybody in the room because I'm sure they don't really care of the veterans. But sorry, what I do is very simplistic in my day trading. I run this scanner. That's really it. What you see for these 3 scanners are essentially the same thing. This is looking at my top 10 winners. This one over here is looking at each winner. This one just has a higher price point than the other two, but the scanning is essentially the same. And that's all I'm really looking at is that. And then I set price alerts. Early in the day, I'm setting price alerts near high of the day, and I just work those price alerts up and down and try to look for, good entries, essentially. Good entry to me is maybe not a good entry to someone else, but I try not to chase things. I look at them relative to, I like an 8 EMA on 2 time frames here on 5 and 15 minutes. Some people like a 10 SMA, some people like a 9 EMA, some people like a 13 EMA. So, these are things I would suggest to, try and experiment with. There's no magic. There's no magic indicators. Every indicator lags. That's just how all this stuff goes. But at some point, odds are you'll find a good rapport with an indicator. And that'll obviously be the one that you want. IMVT, you're killing me. I should have been paying more attention. B-fly moving nice here off this. Really nice move here. And it's got this little mountain to climb here still. So SNTI, that looks like that's it for a little bit here anyways. And Steven, I don't know if you're a Trade Idea subscriber yet, but if you are, I would definitely highly recommend using our simulator. I think that's super important, especially at the beginning. My personal biggest mistake in my first year of trading was not simulated trading. I went live pretty quickly, and it was a really stupid move on my part. And while there's always going to be some trial by fire with trading, I think it's really, really important to get used to the mechanics of trading first, using a simulator, paper account if you can. And so, we have that right here built in the software for the standard or the premium. And definitely no reason to not use it. And I'm with Denver. I'm very good at losing money in the first 15, 20 minutes. Very good at it. It just was what it was. AUTL. Start paying more attention here. I need to stop answering people's emails and trade more. I'm really teasing. I have a role here that I have to fulfill. IONQ jumping out of nowhere on me here. This was active on Friday. It was active again yesterday, but didn't do a whole lot. What was it? IONQ. Just lost the ticker. There it is. Wow, what a move here. How did I not see that? Change from the open isn't enough. That's why. Great move, running right into resistance, of course, now. You push through 6, though. And 630 and then 680, give or take. Let's set a price alert for 6 here. Or just below 6. SNTI doesn't open up till after lunch. Yeah. Well, I won't call it a hard rule, but a tentative rule that really around 11:30, 11:45, I really won't enter positions anymore till after 2:15, 2:30 Eastern time. A lot of head fakes in that time. A lot of head fakes. So I know it sounds, for someone like Steven, I know it probably sounds like it's a short trading window, but a lot happens in those windows from that, let's say 10:05 to 11:30 Eastern time. A lot happens in that time for day trading. More than enough for me every day. And I've been using the same scan since March-ish of this year. And I mean, I can count on one hand how many days there wasn't at least 2 actionable ideas coming out of this. So it's not to say that they're always easy or the best of ideas, but even on some of the worst sell-off days, I found some pretty good stuff on here. So now, who is it? Someone had asked me earlier. I forget. Sorry. Billy, I think, had asked earlier about this scan. So as we kind of wind down, the early morning here, just to go over the scan again for those that don't know. Whoop. Jonathan, I didn't share my entire layout, but I can if you want here. Anybody wants my layout? There's nothing really tricky about my layout here. Two things that might not, no, I'm lying. Yeah, 2 things that won't work in my layout for you is this 1 minute volume percent and this lifetime high. They require customs. So they're in my single stock window. You'll have to get rid of those, or you don't have to, but you're not going to get data there. So there's my layout. I put it in the general market talk there in the room, and over there in YouTube. Relative strength from the open scanners here. Essentially what they are, all racing is a top list at its core. And so the top list, very simply, I've told it to find me for this bottom one here. It's going to look at stocks $2 to $100. For the top one here and the bottom left one, it's going to look at stocks $2 to $30. The volume on shares traded might be slightly different, but they're both around 200,000 shares. So it's got to trade at least that many. I use position 15-minute Bollinger Bands to try to find some momentum. So I want to see 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. And I have this 5-minute volume in here just because I want to see stocks that are actively trading. I don't want to see something that traded 50,000 shares, doesn't trade for 20 minutes, trades 30,000 shares, doesn't trade for an hour, trades another 150,000 shares. I want to see it's a consistently active stock. And so that's all that this scan's going to find, stocks that do that. Then it'll sort them in top to bottom, the ones with the biggest change from the open at the top, the ones with the smallest change from the open at the bottom. The reason I use that as a sort is because if something gapped down and it reverses, I want to see it. So that's my logic behind that. And then the racing part comes in. And so on the race setup here, I run 3-minute races. I like 15-minute candles. So it's 5 races per candle. All right. I run it based on change from open and a delta value of change from open. So what that means is once those stocks have been found, they all populate into the race, and now they all start even essentially. And so whichever one is moving from the change from open the most at that time period that it starts the race, that's what will be the winners of the race. And that's how it works. So on occasion, you have something that's, up from the open, but it's not winning based on a delta value. So you're not going to see it the same, but there's no perfect scanning, and this does really, really well for me. And so that's that. So hopefully that makes sense. And of course, any questions, let me know. Give me 1 second here, folks. Just hold on, folks. Got to put myself on mute for a moment. Sorry, folks. Just had to throw myself on mute for a call that was coming in I had to take. So hopefully that little spiel over the races helps give you an idea of what I'm trying to do with those. So ADEA, trying to hold on here for that bigger move with what I have left. Wow, AVDL, really nice move here. Big volumes just come into that too. Running up into resistance here at that 6 level.
Q.
So again, I got to put myself on mute for a few minutes here, folks. Just hit me at the a tag if you've got a question.
Hello. Are you there, Chris? Okay, everyone. I think Chris had to just run off quickly, so I'm just going to kind of peruse my way in there for a second. Get this thing going. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. Let me actually just... all right, everything's good to go there. And then we're going to open this one up. And then all I have to do is share screen window, this one. Awesome. Boom. All right. Yeah. I know Chris is doing a super great job at yeah, that's Chris fell asleep at his keyboard. Maybe. So for those who don't know, my boy Chris does a lot around trade ideas. He's really kind of forefront of support with Brokerage Plus, which is kind of the most complicated part of our program. He does a lot of good work there. He does a lot of the support. So if you ever had questions, you probably kind of run across him there. The all of that, and then on top of that, when Barry wants to take a vacation, he also steps up to take over the room. So I'm in the room as well, but I don't understand how to become a speaker in there. So I'm just going to kind of let that go, I think. I was going to just pop into both, but that's fine. Yeah, so I'm just going to take over for Chris. I'm going to come in a little bit early. Generally, what we do is we wait till 1 Eastern and we do some live Q&A, but Chris had to step out, and again, he deserves to take his time with what he's doing. So I'm going to pop in there as well. It's so we're starting the Q&A early. So I'll be here now at least until, always have to convert the time zone till 1 Eastern, and hanging out, answering any questions, talking trading, all that kind of stuff with whatever it is that you guys need. So I'm going to go over a couple new scans that are in the system in the Market Explorer here. Some bugs to be kind of worked out with them, but they're brand new, and I always like to give you guys the most cutting edge kind of a stuff. So, yeah, so let's get into them. So these are kind of in the so they're in the Market Explorer, but they're going over a lot of what I've talked about when it comes to this support and resistance. I'm really building out this support and resistance list. As soon as I got kind of the logic in there to do the mathematics behind support and resistance, I really started to kind of hammer away at them and try to think of every combination and permutation of what someone may look for when they're looking at support and resistance. So there's basically 3 here, right? So I have the failure to break resistance, which needs to refresh a bit, and these are going to come through every now and then. But essentially, what it's looking for is looking for stocks that are near resistance area and are starting to put in a topping tail. Let's go into the third. That'll be a little bit better. So, SNTI. So as of yesterday, this one obviously didn't work out, but you can see on yesterday's candle, it broke over this resistance and put in a big topping tail. So that's kind of the idea behind it, is that you can find, and like this one, right? So I always forget my Epic pen. I've got like a drawing tool for the Mac, but then I got to set up these Windows exclusive when I'm just sharing the windows. So I apologize for that. But basically, the simple idea is you're looking for stocks that broke. So this one gapped above resistance. So breaks resistance, but then fails. And vice versa with the support play. The idea is more or less that you're just looking for this kind of failure right here. The reason a lot of people will trade this setup, and the reason that I like this setup, is there's an old trading saying from my friend Brian Shannon that from failed moves come fast moves. So if you get a big breakout and that breakout fails, quite often you'll get a continuation in the other direction, because anyone who bought this breakout's now underwater. People are going to lean on those people to the short side to make sure that they're punishing them the best they can, that kind of stuff, right? So we have that, and then again, the other one would just be failure to break support. Again, the kind of weird bugs that I got to work out here is, okay, so this is all yesterday. The stuff that's happening today is a bit, oh no, this one seems to be working. So again, the same idea, right? You've got support back here. This thing penetrated support. Now it's trading back up. So if you wanted to take a shot, this one's a pretty good time. The other thing that I really like about this particular setup is immediately where you're wrong. Right? So if I were to buy this MRVI right here because it broke this resistance, you'd also call this, you'll hear them referred to a lot as bear traps and bull traps, right? So because this thing failed to break resistance, right, this is a bear trap. Right where you're wrong, right? So if I buy it here at 22, I can comfortably put my stop just under the low of that candle and say, okay, there's my risk. If it breaks that low again and closes below that low, then I know kind of all bets are off. And I don't need to think any harder about it than that. LTHM, you can see right here, it broke this resistance area or support area, but then it rallied all day to close above it. So if I were to buy that on the close of yesterday, I know 100% if we kind of break and close that area, I'm wrong. It's time to go. So any setup in my mind that has that characteristics of you don't need to think and to ponder and to figure out stop losses or anything like that. That's the kind of stuff that I want to trade, is just the simplest stuff out there. Because again, I'm very much, and anyone who's heard me for a long time know this, I'm a very much, I demystify and I simplify trading as the best I can. Right. So this setup I really like because, you can look for a trend, say, hey, okay, this LTHM is in a nice uptrend. This chart down here, which should be coming out to you guys fairly soon, is just comparing the relative performance of LTHM versus the SPY. You can see the SPY, if you look at the chart, is down, right? We all know over the last month or so, where this LTHM is trending up. So obviously good outperformance to the overall market, broke resistance, failed to keep below this resistance, and then a pop-up. That's all you need. So full disclosure, I am in this one. Just like I talked about, I basically bought it on the close yesterday, and then my stop's right down here. So this thing can wiggle about for a while, but as long as it eventually resolves higher, I'm super happy on that. Even if it gets to these highs right here, that's a $5 move on a $30 stock, or a 10% return, over 10% return. And who would gawk at something like that? So that's two of them. And again, I'm really, really liking these. Docs would be another one. I didn't take this, but looking back, it would have been great. It's 5% today, but just got a clear support area right there. It boom, drops under and then spikes right back above. So again, your bear trap. I'm going to expand this out again one more time fairly soon once I get a little bit more headroom on the Market Explorer, which I've been making the dev team kind of upset because I just keep building stuff and they just keep saying, man, do you know how much server resources these scans take? They're scanning through like 15,000 stocks every 10 seconds for your very heavily programmed criteria. But as soon as they give me the go ahead, I'm going to do this on a weekly chart as well, which will give you just a little bit long-term view. And then I'm going to set these up intraday. So the other ones that I want to talk about are two stocks that I have the daily version already, and I've talked about and I really, really like, but I've built the intraday version. So we'll just look at it on the daily chart to begin with, but so this RMLD has a high right here and then has a high right here. And then now it's coming back to retest this. And for me, this is my favorite setup of all time. It's called polarity in technical analysis. If you read in the textbooks, basically just when a prior resistance point becomes a support point, or when a prior support point turns into a resistance point. So when I do these scans, what I'm looking for is to see this hold and start to move higher. Then I can get involved as it starts to move higher, and my stop just goes right under this area, knowing that this level kind of has been defended. So the ones that I've added is this same thing on an intraday basis. So let's do the long version. I have short versions of these same things, but let's do the long version. Where is it? Retest the breakout. So let's look at the most recent one, UNP. Let's actually look for something that looks a little bit cleaner. So CRM. All right, clear resistance area right above here. Broke out of that, came back to test 156. So, right, the game plan would be as soon as you're okay buying kind of in the 156 area, that this was prior resistance before, and you're going to get a move off there. So one trade I took from this today was NVIDIA, and I actually tweeted about this earlier in the day. I see I've got it all marked up here. But this, right, high here, breakout of the high, pull back to the high, and then starts to coil up and push higher, right? So I bought in this area right here, just playing off this prior highs, and then just had a great trade out of it. I'm out of it. I got out basically when it broke above 132 here and started to come back down. I think on like this candle, I just punched out the rest. Great trade. So good scans to give a shot on. Again, in the Market Explorer, you don't need to set them up or do anything with them. They're just going to reset every 10 to 20 seconds and just give you more and more symbols as they come in. But oh, sorry. I just heard Chris, but I guess he came back to the main room. So again, check these out. New in the Market Explorer. You don't have to do anything with them. You just got to find them and open them up. If there was one setup that I could just do forever, and now that I have scans, finally, I've not found scans that do these not only within Trade Ideas, but anywhere else out there. Now I have scans to trade those. There's nothing else I'm going to do. I'm just going to buy pullbacks to breakout points, and I'm going to sell the exact opposite of that, right? So if you go in and then you throw back to the breakdown, right? So Procter and Gamble a long while ago. Oh, so right here. Yeah, so this one was a while ago, but you can see what it's looking at. It broke down this support right here. It broke down, and then when it kind of came back to it, this is your zone to short off of, and then it continues lower. So these are more kind of scalp trades, but again, we have the same ones for daily trades, for swing traders, all of that. I got a question about First Solar and whether I still like it. Well, so full disclosure, first of all, I bought First Solar on the close as of yesterday. To me, 6% in a day is a little bit overextended. It's going to be based off your trading plan. If you're waiting for confirmation of the breakout, you've got it right here. It just means your risk reward's a bit skewed. So First Solar, and I think, was it last week that we were actually talking about this when it was kind of in this area? I think, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you tuned into my live stream that I do on Sundays on my own personal channel. But yeah, the idea was this is a very simple bear flag, right? These, right, are bull flag, right? You get a big push up, it chops higher. It's really, really outperforming the solar industry as a whole. So there's some great relative performance in this name. Again, I bought some yesterday. If you zoom in on a shorter time frame chart, maybe you can get a good entry there. But for me, so maybe you play off 144 here. It's just a little bit. It's a little bit of a good one, a little bit of a push higher. So, again, it's 6% in a day, right? For me, I want to buy stuff as it's breaking. This is a little bit too late for me, but there's no problem with that. It just means if you're waiting for confirmation on a trade, it means you're probably going to be right more often than someone who's not waiting for confirmation on a trade. However, your risk reward is going to be worse than someone that's confirmation on the trade, right? I hope that makes sense. I draw a zone where I'm interested in a pullback and scale into rather than hitting once. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. First Solar's bull flag. Yeah, sorry, I was just reading a comment there. I draw a zone where I'm interested in a pullback and scale into the position rather than hit it all at once my full location. That's fine. I don't. I'm more of a all in but out in parts kind of guy, as opposed to an in parts, out parts kind of guy. Nothing wrong with that. It's just different ways to do it. For me, I find the math behind doing that is a little bit complicated. So what I like to do is, I'll just buy, and then I know where my stop is. So it's basically the complexity of the mathematics behind it, right? If I'm like, okay, I'm going to buy a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there and a little bit there and then stop out there, that's hard mathematically. I also don't like to just buy as the stock's coming back. I like for some sort of confirmation. So if we go back to my NVIDIA trade, right, instead of just buying it as it's pulling back here, you can see on 2-minute candles, this thing kind of makes lower highs. And then there's like, 6 minutes in a row or 8 minutes that it's just kind of hanging out at that level. As it starts to move up, that's where I punched in. As opposed to buying the pullback, I'm just waiting for a little bit of a push higher, and then I'm kind of punching into that there. And again, the math is just easier for me there because I can say, okay, I'm buying at so basically what I'm doing is I'm able to calculate, there's my entry, say it's 130.25, and then my stop is 25 cents away or under this 130 area, right? Just to make the math easier while I'm explaining it to you guys. It's just easy for me to calculate because I always want to risk a certain dollar amount on every single trade, right? I want to risk, say you have $100,000 account and you're risking 0.5% on a trade, which I think is reasonable for day trades. You're saying, okay, well, I want to risk $500 on a trade. So once you know your entry and you know your stop loss, you can just run the math backwards to make sure that you're risking $500. That's how I look at it. My dollar amount on trade is consistent, and I only kind of readjust as my account grows. Just 1 second here, guys. So that's why I do it. But again, there's nothing wrong with it. What I found too when I scaled into positions is that the positions that are really really strong will just hit the area and bounce. So right, if you're buying a little bit above it, a little bit at it, and a little bit below it on the good setups, you probably won't get that third fill. On the bad setups that come in and push through, you're kind of guaranteed to get that third fill. That's the other way, and that's just kind of anecdotal and evidence there. So, can you please show how to get these scans again? Sure. So I'll go slow this time. So we go to new on our toolbar, right? When we get to new, we go to Market Explorer window, and you just click on that, and that opens up. You can see this blue box right up in this area right here. So then you just right click on it and go to select strategy, and they're all right here. So the ones I was talking about are in the support and resistance area. But go to, if you're a moving average trader, you've got some moving averages right here. If you're a MACD trader, you got a MACD one. If you're a Bollinger Band guy, we got Bollinger Band scan, right? We've got candlestick patterns, we've got gaps, we got pattern recognition, we got the TI strength alerts, the very famous, and relative strength stuff. So money flow index scanners, the whole 9 yards. So pick whatever is interesting to you. Again, to me, I'm not a big indicator guy, but I know that there's a lot of people that are. So what I'm looking for. So what I generally do is we're building the stuff that's popular first, right? Because each of these scans, and this is the reason why this cannot be customized and probably won't later, but it has to do with the fact that they take a lot of server resources. A lot of these things are going back. Whereas most of Trade Ideas goes back about a quarter, some of these are going back years and calculating a lot and doing it for many rows and all in real time. Each of these is like a burden. Like I mentioned, I already got in trouble with the devs for trying to push this a little bit too hard. So when I get basically what we're doing as we expand out more and more, then we'll build more and more. Oh, no problem. Yeah, they're always in the same place. So once you have one of these open, right, you can always just right click and click select strategy, and you don't have to do anything, right? Every time you load up trade ideas in the morning, then if there's something new, it'll just be added. There's nothing for you to do, which is, again, the beauty of this is that they're just kind of all taken care of for you. So there's not one every day, but I would bet there's another couple scans in there every week, and I continue to just kind of keep pushing again until the devs go, "Oh my god, please stop." Uh right? And then as soon as they go, "Okay, our servers have caught up. Now you can build more." I just build more. I have a laundry list of things to play. Next one I'm kind of working on is trying to get the cup and handle, that type of thing. Twitter halted. I actually have Twitter, funny enough, below me. I guess maybe the deal's going through. I think that's the news. So be careful, right? Remember your absolute maximum upside would be what's it, 54.20 is the upside price. So just don't get caught. I know there'd be people out there who would buy this thing thinking right, that, oh, it hits like $50. Well, and to be honest, I don't know how. I always, again, if I ever say anything and you're like, dumb, like, that's obvious, just know I'm not talking to you. There's always new traders that go in. A stock never goes up directly to the sale price. And the reason for that is kind of what we saw in Twitter here, right? If we go back on the daily chart, when the deal was announced at 54.20, right? Anybody who got it, what was the high there? Yeah, 54.57. And you better believe that what caused that high was massive institutional selling, saying, listen, guys, the absolute most this stock is ever going to be worth is 54.20. So we're going to short a crap ton before, if you guys are willing to buy it above 54.20. Because what we're going to do is either we hold on to our short until the deal is done and then we get to cover at 54.20. Or if something happened, like it happened, where there was some sort of fight or dispute or something, then this thing tanks back down. They make a whole bunch of money. So, and again, the reason I say that is because I have seen people before, like, really, really go after something like that and just start buying it, even when it's well above its buyout price. And then eventually some giant institution's just going to slam it down, like, right in your face. So generally what we'll be speaking, even on deals that are pretty sure that they're going to be done, what will happen is it always trades under whatever the buyout price is. So uh, if the deal is confirmed, probably what you'll see is this go to maybe 50, maybe 52, and then just get really, really tight and start to move and slowly, 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 slowly approach that $54 as basically time goes on and the deal gets more and more certain. But there's always a risk that something can happen. So for example, Posh right here. You see how this thing hasn't moved at all? It's because this was announced a buyout, and everyone's pretty certain that the buyout's going to take place. If we go into an intraday chart on Posh, you can see, right, it's doing absolutely nothing. But I think the deal is supposed to be done at 17.75. I think. And correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, do we have the news here? I can't be. Let's just pretend that it's going to be 17.75. It's going to slowly over the next number of days work its way up to that 17.75 and then stop. But it's always going to trade at a little bit of a discount till like the day before the deal goes through. Again, just in case, right? That's the difference between what it will trade at and the deal price is always the risk premium. So just know that. So your two options, if you're in something like Posh, because actually Posh was part of the TI strength alerts. So if you're following the TI strength alerts, then you own Posh already, and you're sitting here in a buyout stock that's up 13% today. I think it was in TI strength alerts last week as well. Last 2 weeks. It was one of the strongest names out there, so it made it to the newsletter. So for me, again, I dumped it this morning because it's not worth it for me to A, tie up my capital, and B, expose myself to the risk of, them pulling the deal because some sort of disclosure or something they find, or a regulator says, hey, you guys can't do the deal or whatever, and have that push from there. So I'm trying to think of recent buyouts. ATVI. Yeah, this one's I think this is a stock deal. So I think that's why that's not working. I think there's a couple in TI strength right now just because there's so little that's strong. Anyone know a buyout that's still trading? Twitter's halt down now. See, that's it. Who knows, right? With this, could have been a rumor that the deal was done and maybe the deal's not done and that kind of stuff. That happens all the time. So you see, I don't get excited about that kind of stuff. It's just not the way I trade. What is it? There's God, I know I was scanning last night. And it's like every time you don't want to find them, you can find all kinds of I can find all kinds of buyouts when I don't want to. But I can't find one now to give you guys an example. Nobody in chat's helped me out here. I'm disappointed in all of you. Was it this one? It's funny because you'll be able to instantly see them if it happens. No. Okay. But anyway, if you're ever looking at a stock and it's just like literally trading like this, usually after a big up move, then that's a buyout. And there's no sense even looking at it because your two options is it grinds slowly up to the buyout price or something happens and you get a tank like that. So I don't even, anytime I hear buyout, I'm like, that's not a trade. It's not a trade for me. Yeah, it is halted down now. Halt up, halt down. MFGP. No. That could be a buyout, but that's just not the look that I'm looking for. That's okay. Again, it will just look like, you'll see a big pop up and then just a slow chop like that. And so just avoid them. So that's why when people are saying, oh, Twitter, I'm just not really. Right. Our two options is yes, it's right. And it goes right here and stops. So your potential gain is this. Or that was just BS. And then your potential loss is down here or lower. So for me, that's like a 1-to-1. The fact that it's going up again might mean that this was just a volatility halt down, which is certainly possible. Now, if the market was smart and made sense, then you would halt it again. They would pause the stock, right? Generally speaking, what's supposed to happen when large news events like this occur is if you are a CEO or something of a company and there's a really big event coming. So, Apple announcing the first iPhone, or you have a drug trial that's coming out, or something like this. You'll either announce outside of market hours, or you can call the exchange and you can say, "Hey, I've got big news coming. Um, can you halt my stock?" And then they just stop it from trading right where it is, and that's what's called a news pending halt. And then from that news pending halt, they release the news. The idea is to give traders time to react and to put their ducks in a row and to make up their mind about what it is they're going to do. Uh, and then they open it up again. So they say, for example, okay, Twitter, we finally announced a deal. Let's halt the stock. And it's to stop a lot of the insanity that you're seeing here, right? Is that they're just supposed to go, hey, let's just figure out what's going on. And then once all the news is out and everyone has had a chance to digest it, then we reopen the stock. And then it will basically generally just open via an auction market. So back in the day, now I really sounded like an old man. How that auction market would look would be a bunch of people would stand around the specialist, which is the guy in the funny jacket on the floor, and they would bid and they would offer and then the specialist would open it up at a price that kind of represented all of the best bids and offers that were out there on the street. Now that's done the same way, it's just done digitally, and then they open up the stock. So I would hope if this deal was finally going to be done that and they had any kind of a um they were sure that they would halt the stock news pending, and then they would come out with an official press release that outlines everything that's going to happen. Because yeah, this stuff, and this is why you won't see me trade stuff like this. It's just not. Um, I talked about the risk reward. In my brain, it's just not worth it. It's either true and it goes from 47 to 54, which is say 48 to 54, $6 a share, or it's not true and it goes down $6 a share. Right. And that kind of risk reward is just not what I'm going for on either side. And so I bet you if you really wanted to play, yeah, it does what say it didn't look, but I bet you Tesla is going to be reacting. So this might be a better vehicle to play just because you've got a better, it's not going to just open, halt, open, halt. I wonder if things like DWAC are moving with it. Yeah. A DWAC short was probably the move, right? The reason that you want to short DWAC is just, right, look at this. Right? That's a downtrend if I ever saw one. Rumble, yeah, Rumble's probably gonna. That might be a trade I'll look at. A Rumble short if it breaks 12. Then the other social medias too, right? So you can look at Meta. Not really reacting. Snap. Not really reacting. But I don't have that scan open, but this is the exact setup that I look for, is a pop up and then a pull back. So if Snap holds 1060 and starts to push higher again, then that would be the setup that I look for. So I would just look for a little buy there and see if we can get back to the high of the day. So those are kind of scalp, right? So again, just FYI all, we are here for the live Q&A and to answer questions about trade ideas. So we're just kind of shooting the shit in the market in the meantime. But if you have questions about trade ideas and you want to chat more about it, now's the time. I know Chris has kind of dedicated himself to questions while Barry's away, right? He's kind of put his trading a little bit on hold. Good guy, Chris, just to make sure that you guys have content and a room to go to and all that. Interesting. So yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any official news on this. Doesn't look like, I can't see anything super official, just a bunch of Elon Musk says blah blah. What are my must-have columns in your alerts and top lists? I use essentially now the races and the market explorer is how I do all of my trading. So all of my columns I've just migrated over to the single stock window. This I think is probably our most underrated window. There's just so much you can do with this window, and it's very unique to us. You know, as someone who uses other charting platforms for other security instruments, this is something that you don't see anywhere else. So, generally speaking, I think I put some of these fundamental things because I was testing it, but really, I want to see market cap, float, average true range, float and short float are kind of my main things that I just want to look at, because I just want to see, if it's heavily shorted, what kind of float it is will tell me kind of how crazy it will move. And then the average true range just gives me a little bit of an idea of what I could kind of risk on a swing trade on this position. So, right. So average true range on CI is $6. So if I wanted to buy this for a swing and I'm going to put in like a $2 stop, doesn't really make sense to do that. And I know that this is a $88 billion company, so it's a large company, which means it's going to move a little bit slower, and it's not very heavily shorted, right? But that makes sense because I found it from TI Strength, and that's the more of the makeup of those particular companies. So, yeah, for me, I've migrated all of my need to know just right up here. What time's my YouTube stream on Sundays? It's generally speaking 7 Eastern. I don't know if there will be one this week. There probably won't be. The reason is I'm going to Toronto because I'm speaking at a CMT event on Thursday in downtown Toronto. And then on Friday, I will be on Trader TV all day. I'm going to spend a whole day with them, sit on the big desk, answer questions, shoot the shit about the market, that kind of thing. So, super excited for that. So by the time I get back, I leave on Saturday and then I'll be back for Sunday. But I just might be too wiped to do anything, and the wife might kill me if I try to go back in my office on a Sunday night and record things after that. But generally speaking, 9 times out of 10, it's Sunday at 7 Eastern. Basically, what I do is I go over last week in the market. I've got weekly candles to look at and daily candles, and I kind of give my thoughts on what I think might be happening going into next week, things that I'm looking for. I scan through the market, try to find some stocks that I'm interested in. Just the basics, right? One thing, INBX, I got this from the races this morning. I've been in this one forever. If this one can break through highs, I really like the look of it. My price isn't the best. I'm in kind of right at 27 bucks. Trying to see if this one can go. If I put on pre and post market, I think it makes a little more sense. And then just zoom out a little bit, right? So I'm just trying to see if this is going to spike through and maybe come up to this prior high and then right before 30 bucks, and that's where I'm going to take out a part of my position and then look to sell the rest if we get a move higher. So that's the only thing I'm really watching from that point of view. I know SNTI was a pretty easy no-brainer on this one, setting up a bull flag, but just taking this one over highs could have made a little scalp on it. It's just this one's been on the races all day. And what an insane move on the daily chart on this one. A lot of these, like this finger, which looks like it's finally done, but from 50 cents to like $9 last night a share, just wild. Some of these moves. Still trolling Twitter here to see. I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything that's saying this is confirmed. I'm just trying to find that for you junkies out there that I know, even though you probably shouldn't be, are trading this. So this one's been halted now long enough that I think it's probably a news halt, right? Halted because of news. Okay, I keep forgetting you can do that. You can hover over the halt and it will tell you the halt reason. So this one's now officially a news halt, which means it just won't open until the press wire hits, and then it usually is a little bit after that. So there's no real, unless you're in a trade on this, and then good luck. You took a little bit of a gamble where you can't manage risk, but good luck if you're in this one. But it's just going to reopen whenever happens at whatever time it happens, and you're just going to have to eat it. So either the press release will come out and say, okay, he's actually buying it at the original price, then you're going to get a massive pop higher. It's going to settle somewhere around 54 bucks, I would say. Or it's going to come out that he didn't announce that at all, and everyone got ahead of their skis. And if it is just fake news and he comes out and says, no, we're still going through litigation, then it will tank back down to where it was before and maybe even lower. So if you want to know why I don't trade them, that's why. AERC is another buyout candidate. So I actually traded some of this today off the open. I wonder if my buy sell tags are here. No. So I bought in here and then I sold kind of in here. So I was long around 4 and I was out around 430, 440. So good trade on that one. But the news here is another buyout, but I think it's yeah, shares soar 48% on merger deal with whatever this one is, Molecule. So I don't know what this molecule is, but if it's a merger, then what will happen is this thing will still trade, but it will just mirror the price of whoever's buying it out, right? So think about it. If Apple is going to give Apple stock, that's why if you're gonna play these buyout things, which again I really don't recommend because you're just up against people way bigger than you with way better execution. You have to know the details of the deal. So, say for example, Apple was giving um, Apple stock to Google as a buyout, right? So if you're a Google shareholder, they're going to take your Google stock away and they're going to give you Apple stock. Well, now Google and Apple are going to trade like 1-for-1 in parity. And that's what's going to happen with this AERC is it is going to trade with whatever this molecule stock is now that it's a buyout. So if you're trading this, you're basically also trading that. Now, again, you can do the initial hype when everything's going wild, but you kind of have to go through as well. And no official news on Twitter. No, I don't know. I'm also not the best at researching news because I generally actually don't care about the news. So I'm not a news guy. So I really don't. I'm just scrolling through my Twitter on my phone, to be blunt, to see if there's someone puts out something official. Because again, I don't care. I just wouldn't trade this one. But yeah, I don't see anything official yet. There seems to be a lot of speculation that it just says all the speculation just says Elon says to go ahead with the deal at 54.20. So either he got a sense that he was going to lose and he was going to have to do it anyway, or some new information came to light, or whatever it is. But I think when it goes halted because of news, you're going to be halted for a while. It may not open today because basically, generally, it will open up after there's an official press release done that kind of says, "Hey, right, this is an official release," or if there is an official like decline or denial from Elon, right? So either there's going to be an official release that has to be prepared and sent and all of this stuff. If there's an official denial, like he just says, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about, then right, that has to come out as well. And not just on Twitter, like when the NASDAQ halts your stock, they don't want you just to tweet to get it unhalted. They want an official press release for liability reasons and stuff. This is again, there's back in the day, you could actually make trades like this where people would buy the acquirer and sell the acquiree. All those there was games to be played here, but the merger arbitrage it's called. You can look it up if you want to learn more. But with that merger arbitrage, it was so easy to automate that it was one of the first things to automate. So now there are, machine learning AI robots that read these press releases the second they come out and take action on them. So again, it's just one of those games that I'm like, of all the games that there's out there to play in this market, I think that for retail traders is probably the least overall profitable right now. So, again, just something to chat about while we're shooting the shit on the markets. But yeah, I won't be placing any trades in this thing. Remember, it's all the lawyers tell them. Yeah, well, if your lawyer sat you down and said, "Listen, Elon, you're gonna have to." We looked at the contracts. We talked to the judge. The judge doesn't like you. She thinks you're obnoxious. The contract that you signed looks rock solid, so you're not getting out of it. So you either buy it or you pay us. He's probably paying them a buttload in um lawyer fees. So it's like either you buy it, you spend the money, or you give us $100 million in legal fees and then you buy it. If your lawyer sat down and told you that, you'd probably go, "Oh Christ, I'll just buy it and be done with it." So again, I'm not speculating that that's actually what happened because I have no idea what happened, but you're right. Yeah, it all comes down to what the lawyers say with this kind of stuff, right? There's a $1 billion breakup fee. Yeah, well, they, and I don't even think he just had the ability just to pay the billion and move on. I think he would have to pay the billion and then prove why he was breaking up or something. Again, I just don't study these things because it's just not, there's no real money. Again, it's fun to kind of read, uh, on my phone while I'm, just chilling out or something like that. But I'm not interested to trade any of these things based off these news because the problem is this specific event probably won't happen again. Where it's like a big name like Elon is taking a giant company like this private and then has the back and forth with the bots and blah, blah, blah. So the way I look at it is if this event is probably not going to occur ever again, then I shouldn't care about it because my whole concept with trading is I'm never thinking about the trade that I'm in. I'm always thinking about the next 1,000 trades or the next 100,000 trades. These are the things that I'm really focused on. And the reason for that is because I want something to make things um, I want my trading to be repeatable, right? So this is why I'm very much like, TI strength. This is boring as hell, but these stocks in here have been statistically proven to outperform the market. So I'm going to focus on stuff like this, where if I can make, a few percent, you add your winning trades and subtract your losing trades. And if on average I'm up a few percent on each of these trades, then that's going to be the way it goes. Right. Whereas this event, again, fun. Twitter is not open. Um, the right where these events are just so rare in occurrence that there's no need for me to focus my attention on them. I want to focus on, which is boring, right? And one thing I always say is that trading should be incredibly boring. If you're, super jacked up and excited when you're trading, you're probably doing it wrong. But yeah, so again, this is a binary event right now. Right, two things are going to happen. It's going to, let's actually, so I don't need to keep staring at this. One thing that, if you're interested, let me show you how to build this guy. So we're going to go a new alert window, and I'm going to go halt, and I'm going to add in that alert. And then I'm going to go resume, and then I'm going to add in that alert, right? So I have the halt resumes there. And then I'm going to go over to symbol list. And then up here at the top, you can change your symbol list. So I'm just going to make this, there's a option for a single symbol. So I'm going to click on that single symbol, and I'm going to put Twitter in here. TWTR. Dyslexia is no fun. And then hit OK. So now I have a halt resume scanner for Twitter. So I'll just put this up in the corner here. So you see, now I don't even need to watch this anymore because this thing's only looking at Twitter halting and resuming. So it halted at 1:13 my time, and it will let me know when it's resumed. So now I can go about my day and wait for this thing to fire off. And if I really want it to be notified, I can go into properties and I can go into actions, and I can make it play a sound. So now it would just beep at me when Twitter resumes. So I don't even need to be, I can be scanning away. I can minimize that. I can look at other things. I know that when a beep occurs, it's going to go, okay, that means Twitter's open. Let me see. It's either going to open at, we could do a bet. We could do a guess. This is going to be cool to do polls and stuff. I don't know how, but right, Twitter's either going to open at 52 or 42 would be my bet. One of the two of those. It's either going to open up. They're going to get the confirmation that the deal's done. It's going to open up below the deal price, just because people are skeptical, of course, with all the shenanigans that's been going on. Or it will open up at just the breakout. Here we go. Do we have anything going on here? Or it will open up at 42 if Elon goes, I don't know what you're talking about. And those are the only two things. Sell the news. Not really a sell the news thing. It's just, what is the news, right? If he's buying it, then that means the stock is worth $54.20. It will sell at a discount of that because, again, like I talked about before, if anyone came in, it's just going to be a risk premium discount, right? They're just saying, hey, this is riskier than just owning. It's going to be riskier than owning, treasury bonds. You always got to think of like the opportunity of money, right? So say they go, yes, we're going to buy Twitter. It's going to take us 3 months to put together the paperwork, right? So that means that Twitter can't be worth $54.20 right now. It has to be worth $54.20 minus, we can draw this out. So here's the thing. So they come out and they say, okay, Twitter is worth $54.20 in 3 months, right? It's either, and this is the buy price, $54.20, right? It's either, it can't be worth this, because why would anybody invest their money in a stock for 3 months knowing they're going to get zero return, right? Wouldn't happen. So it's going to be worth less than this, just because the way the market works. So what you're going to do is you're going to go less, and we'll just call it op cost. So less opportunity cost, which just means, what could I get if I put my money for 3 months in something else? I mean, in a short-term bond or something like that. So, say that's 5%, right? That's, I would be better putting it there. And then it will also be minus whatever the market deems as a risk premium. And the risk is, of course, exactly what happened last time. Right? So that's all there is to it. Okay. It's going to be, again, that's assuming the deal goes through. If the deal doesn't go through, the thing's just going to tank into the floor. If the deal goes through, then it's going to be whatever 54.20 minus whatever the risk is. Say you could make like, 4% or something over the next 3 months in a treasury bond. Just making up numbers, obviously. Then it'd be 4% less. And then they say, hey, we're going to put a 10% risk premium on that just because we don't believe that you guys are going to actually do it. Not that they don't believe it, but they think that there's a chance that the deal may fall through. Again, puts it at, like $50 a share, 52, right? And then again, the difference between 54 and 52 will just get closed like every day, slowly over time, right? Until the day of the buyout where we'll be trading at probably $54 even, and then it'll get taken out at 54.20. And again, this is why they're more boring. Now, if Twitter reopens and there's no official statement from Elon, then it's just going to be all hell again, right? It's just going to be, then maybe you can trade it. But again, the way I look at it is you're trading. There's an old trading saying, picking pennies up in front of, picking pennies in front of a steamroller. Geez, I don't know why that came through. All right, which just means, yeah, you're picking up pennies, but that's the risk you're taking, is you're going to get run over by the steamroller. So that's why you won't see me trade stuff like that. Chris said you could use the spread filter out stocks. Yeah. So you just go in, just like anything, if you want to find a filter, you just open up your scan, you hit the search button, you just type in what the name of so you just do spread. So this spread is in pennies. So if you were to add that filter, and maybe you put say you put 5 in here, that means that the distance between the bid and the ask is 5 cents, right? So as we know, but for people who don't, I'm just going to explain, right? The market always has a bid and it always has an ask. So the bid is what people are willing to buy a stock for. So let's say the stock is trading for $10. And then the ask is what people are looking to sell the stock for. So let's say the next person that's looking to sell is selling it for 10.10, right? And then all markets exist like this all the time with a difference between a bid and an ask. If you are going to buy the stock immediately, you cannot get this price. If you want to get this price, you have to sit in line behind everybody else who already put their bids out on this price beforehand. So if you want to buy the stock, you have to pay this price. And then say you immediately want to sell the stock. Say you buy it and then you go, oh no, I don't want this stock anymore for whatever reason. Well, you can't sell it at this price. To sell it at this price, you have to wait in line behind everyone else who's trying to sell it at this price. So you have to sell it at this price. And that's just the way the market works. So that's a spread. So the reason that you would limit it is because, say, the spread wasn't 10 cents, which is still a 1% spread, but say this was $11, which means if I want to buy it, I'm going to buy it, and then I'm immediately going to be down 10%. Right? The spread is 10%. So the moment I buy those shares, I am down 10%, like instantly. And I don't want that. So I don't even want to look at stocks that have a spread wider than X. And away you go. And then the other thing is, if you're trying to put out a stop loss, so say you still wanted to buy this and you were okay spending this much, well, unless your stop loss is 20 or 30%, you're going to get stopped out instantly. So if you buy the stock right here. So you're filled at $11 and you put out a 5% stop loss. That stop loss is going to get triggered instantly. You're going to get knocked out of the position because the spread is wider than that. So the next trade that goes through could go through at $10, and then the stop loss is triggered and you're out of the position.
Exactly.
Oh, yes. I know. And this is important, especially for people. And I know people do this, and you probably get a lot of support tickets on this with Brokerage Plus, but they do it auto trading a lot where they...
Oh, it's insane how many tickets I get on it.
Yeah, they try to put out a stop loss that is less than the spread. So they're trying to buy something and they're trying to risk 2 or 3 cents, but the spread on the stock's 10 cents. So the second you buy it, the stop loss goes off. And then all of a sudden they're like, what the hell is going on? I bought it, and then the stop loss triggered 5 seconds later and I lost money.
Right.
It's like, right? These are the stuff that it's funny because I take this for granted. Because I traded at a prop firm, which you know, Chris, when I started trading with a level 2. So a lot of like what I did was to play the spread. So you know, it's kind of like second nature to me. But I keep forgetting that for some people, this is a new concept, right? Because most people, I guess, just look at the last price. They just look at the price they see on the screen, and they think that's the price that they're able to get. And
right.
You know,
the other thing too is, you know, I one of the reasons I think Teddy's bringing up, so I made mention of it yesterday when I'm trying to, you know, like everybody else, I still have hopes and dreams of a nice automated strategy, more on a trending market, obviously, than the chop and nonsense that we've had in these sell-offs. But one of the ones that I had that looked kind of good when I showed it to you recently, you said, spread. And then as soon as I threw a spread filter in there with like a reasonable spread, the strategy wasn't as good looking anymore. So like, these are little things that I still, you know, I'm still learning along the way that you'd pointed out to me. So I like to pass those things on to everybody here.
Well, and I didn't learn them through, it's not like I got a textbook, right? So if I say, don't do this, it's probably because I tried to automate a strategy just like that and got my ass handed to me. So at least I can save you a few bucks on something that hurt me. Now, I will say, don't give up your dreams on an automated strat, because I have a few that I run. They don't, you know, they're not going to make Lambo money or anything like that, but I have a few strategies that I run that, you know, month after month eke out a little bit of profit. I just don't talk about them because I don't want anyone to figure them out or try to come steal them. But why would you use it if it lowers your backtest result? Because your backtest results, Teddy, are irrelevant, right? It's you know, I could build you a strategy right now that would have like a 97% win rate and like a 5-to-1 risk reward ratio. And it would tell you that you would make $1 million this year. But who cares, right? If you can't execute it in the real world, then it doesn't matter, right? All you've done is you've created, like, you know, I could load up Microsoft Paint and draw a nice, pretty equity curve and email that to you. But if you can't trade it when the time comes in the real world, it doesn't matter. So that's why you want to make sure you include things like spread and volume and all of these things, because your goal of a back test is to be able to replicate those results, knowing that in every single scenario, the results you will get will probably be worse than the back test. The question is always just how much, and can you minimize that? So yeah, you don't, you know, you want to, it's like when you paper trade, right? I always say this, and this is, you know, I know it's beating my head against a brick wall, but I know you do the same thing, Chris, where you're trying to get everyone to paper trade first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
And the saying, and what I always say over and over again, is if you can't make money in the sim, you can't make money in the real world, because from the sim to the real world, your performance will always drop. And that's because, you know, real markets move a little differently. There's the emotion of live money. There's, right, a lot of things that go from simulator to real world. So it's the same with back tests to real world. Your back test is always going to look nicer than you get in the real world, because you overwrite a trade with emotions, or maybe you know, maybe you're doing something that it doesn't make sense, or your spread's not calculated correctly, or the slippage you get on a trade is more than you thought, or something like that. So it's important to make sure that you're being honest and you're saying, hey, I am doing the best I can to simulate a real world environment so that when you start trading, it is as close to as possible a real world type of scenario.
100%.
So you want to take part in our bet about Twitter, Chris?
Oh, what's the bet?
You been? I know you're busy as hell over there, but you saw the news? It's halted now.
Yeah, I saw it like 30 minutes after everybody else did.
So I have yet to see an official statement. So either this was just some horseshit that was circulated around the internet, which we all know that could happen.
Yeah.
And my bet is it's going to open at like 42. If Elon comes out and says, I don't know what you guys are talking about, then I think it opens at 42. And if he says, yes, I'm buying it, it's going to open at around 52 is my bet, because it's obviously going to open up below the buyout price, because why would anyone ever pay above the buyout price? So we've got two bets so far. Circle says 42, and Teddy says the same price it is now, which is another option where, if there's no statement made and they just open it back up, then right, the kind of the horse crap of it just going crazy will ensue.
Right.
So what do you think? You think it's real?
No, I don't think it's real.
I'm kind of with you on that. I'm kind of
I want to think it's real because I just know it's going to drive people nuts. So I want it to be real.
Oh, I would love that. And I just want it to be over, right? Like
also, yes, just like the meme stocks. I want it to be over.
Yes.
Either let them all make 100 gajillion zillion dollars or let them go bankrupt, but please let's end this.
Yeah. I just, when you're on Twitter or whatever, wherever people are spitting news at you, it's like, I'm just bored of, the lawyer in Twitter said this, or the judge didn't like Elon's haircut, or whatever it is. It's just like, geez, just end it. Just break up, pay the billion, move on, or buy it and be done with it. But this back and forth is just annoying at this point. And again, I'm with you too. Same with the GME and the AMC.
I don't know who Faber is, but Faber is confirming Musk to close deal at 54.20.
Oh, that's geez, that's one of those CNBC guys, isn't it?
I'm guessing if it's David Faber, that's what I'm guessing.
Oh,
that's
must
the
be.
Only one. I'm seeing it here, ZR1 Trader. I mean, he's usually pretty on with some of these news alerts here through Twitter. He's one of those people that I iffy on following because a lot of political stuff. But also Kaylee Lenz has got it here. Musk said to propose, but that was 54 minutes ago. So
yeah, but what's Walter Bloomberg saying?
I don't see anything from Walter at this point.
Because, and I'm convinced that that Walter Bloomberg, geez, which one's a real one?
Delta Tone.
Delta
Tone is at his handle.
I'm convinced it's not a real person.
I think there's someone that that jumps in on it, but yeah.
Yeah, he seems.
Wasn't
like
his handle before generated. At Delta Tone?
I thought so, but I'm not seeing it there.
Just because I anywhere.
I know. Did he get banned? Don't worry, Elon will bring him back. But yeah, he's usually the one. Just because I don't follow him, but like everyone retweets him, and I've just
I don't follow him either. I can't find him anywhere on a Twitter search right now.
Huh. Yeah, I just can't. I've never seen him be wrong. You know what I mean? I've never seen him tweet something that's, every now and then it's like, oh, he tweets something that was like an official news press, like when Litecoin, when someone pumped Litecoin because they said Walmart was going to start taking it. But that's like everyone got fooled by that, so I can't blame him. But at least seems accurate. But
I can't find him anywhere. The real account. Huh.
no, it's one of those things. I'm hesitant to say it went through because the
Okay, I've got it now.
everyone just keeps kind of retweeting the same kind of people, right? And again, I want to see a press release, right?
Yeah. But all right, yeah. So Musk proposes closing Twitter deal on original terms. Source says Wall Street Journal. That's through Walter.
Now, what if Twitter comes back and goes, "No, man, you've jerked us around for too long. Now we're waiting for
That's it for anybody
$57."
that wants it there. That would be something.
I would think that was absolutely hilarious if that happens. But who knows, man?
So, all right, if you wanted to take off, you're more than welcome to, or whatever you want to do. You're also welcome to hang around. I have the other room on mute for a moment here.
Yeah, sure. Just wonder if there's anyone. Oh, did you see the new scans that I put in today?
I hadn't had a chance yet. I heard you talking about them for a few minutes, though.
Yeah, I'm loving them. You know, I talk about it all the time. I'm sure you've heard me talk about it, right? My favorite setup is prior resistance, breakout, retest.
Yep.
So we have those now on intraday charts for both long and short. Now the way I've done the math, it seems to be only letting in like big, slow names. So I need to like sit after my trip and rethink kind of the mathematics behind it. But eventually that will be, I think, again, I could probably make a living now just sitting and doing nothing but that, I'm sure. But just because it's such a simple but yet kind of profitable setup. But yeah, check them out. And
it also gives you a really solid risk reward. I mean, if you're wrong, you know where you're wrong, and you don't have to have a big stop.
Well, exactly, right? You know exactly where you're going to get out. And it kind of forces you to be a trend follower, right? Because you're playing the breakout, but you're playing the breakout, like go back to my NVIDIA trade, but you're playing the breakout on just a much lower risk kind of way. And if you're playing something that broke out and then came back to the breakout point, then you're just necessarily trading the trend.
Right.
You know, which is just kind of the way she goes. But yeah, it's just all day long. It just spits out like really, really interesting both longs and shorts, like this wolf. It's a scalpers thing, which makes me want to open a prop account again. But like this this Wolf Speed Inc. Right? You could have bought twice now off of the breakout point, scalped out like $1 both times. It's $115 stock, so it's not like it's an insane return. But you scalp out $1, you do that 2 or 3 times a day. You just keep compounding your account that way.
Exactly.
It's an easier life, although I still do love the races. I took a couple from them today that were working out well. So
yeah, I had a SNTI. I was in and out of it a couple of times, and I did well. But I mean, I got 30% of the move that it's made today. So, but I'm happy with that. And ADEA, I'm still sitting in some of that from 809. I grabbed some, and then I sold some in the 840s. I'm still holding on to some. It's hanging around that area now. See if I can't get an HKD move.
Yeah, that'd be great. I've got what was it? I have it over here. Just I don't want to bring up my broker. Oh, INBX. I have some. It's boat break even, but it's kind of doing that thing now. So I might actually add to it.
Oh, okay.
Where it's got this, right? It's got this resistance at 2750 ish. and it just broke out of that, and it's kind of pulling back. So if we get a bounce off this 2750, I'll probably add in, pre-market. We've got that 30 area. If we could get up to 30, that'd be a nice little play to take a bunch off of. And then the high, the pre-market high was 36, so it's got some room. And then on the daily chart, I like the look of this one on the daily, because it just broke out of this 25 area. It's just massive for this thing. So what I'm trying to get better at is, because I've got my swing trading account, and I do a lot of my TI strength trading and stuff through that, and that's doing really well considering the market. But like, I look at things like Finger, and I'm like, man, if I had just, the first time that was on the races, I remember it was like just right over $1. It was like $1.30, $1.40. And if you had just bought, I don't know, you buy 1,000 shares, right? So that's $1,000, let's say. And then you just kept like 100 or 200 shares. It's just enough that you just don't care if it goes to zero.
What you're talking about is my real holy grail. But see, so I'm one of those people that started with a few $1,000 account and built my way up, literally. And I mean, it took me years. And it wasn't just me only building or trading, working at the restaurant.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I still pay bills and everything out of my trading account. So it's, as I continue to build it, I just I haven't built that risk tolerance to do exactly what you're saying, but I keep thinking about, and in maybe another year or so where I'll be able to do that and feel more confident in letting something ride like that. And, obviously leaving good risk management in it still. But it's just hard when I get up in something and I see those dollar signs that are green. It's very hard for me to not just close the trade out still.
Well, the way I'm thinking of doing it, and again, I've got a day trading account and a swing trading account, so I'm trying to think of doing this in a day trading account. Is you sell enough that if the stock like went to zero, you wouldn't care. So again, the Finger example, say you buy at $1.10. And then you sell, you buy 1,000 shares, and then you sell 800 of those shares, like right under $2, or even like $1.50, $1.60. You have taken enough profit in that trade that last 100, 200 shares are like free. And I told you about my buddy day trader Wayne that does this, but also I'm in All-Star Options with our old friend Chicago Sean, and he does this a shit ton with their options trades, where he'll buy calls on a stock, and then he immediately puts out a profit target that says, if I can get out half of my position, so that my original position, so I buy the calls at $1, if it gets to $2, I'm going to sell half of my position, and then I own free options. And I'm like, well, with these cheapies, you could probably own free shares. So imagine you just had 200 shares left, and the thing gets all the way up to this crazy high back here at like $8, where it got to last night, and you're selling the rest there, or you put some sort of a trailing stop on it. I need to figure out how to get that last bit out.
Yeah.
But you just need a couple of those. That right now you've got 200 shares at $8, which is what, $1,600 on those free options, right? And then you just build it up. Eventually, you're taking 10,000 shares of Finger, and you've got 1,000 or 2,000 shares left. And then all of a sudden, it goes to $8, $9, and you're talking $16,000, $20,000 on that last bit. So it's what I'm figuring out. I know that Steve and Andy would always try to do a 3-day hold. They found that was like the sweet spot. Maybe something like that's the ticket, but I don't know. It's got me thinking. And one of the main reasons was Sober. I took Sober. SOBR. When it was on the races on like the day around $2. I remember I got it around $2. I took another shot at it at $3 and stopped out of that one. But if I was in my original $2, and I took, I think 500-600 shares on this one, and I just had 100 shares of this left, I could just put like a stop in at $1 and just almost even move it into another account so I don't have to look at it. Right. And I'd set a price alert at like $10 a share and say, okay, just build up an account of like 100, 200 shares of these little piddly ones. And don't sell them till you kind of 10 times your money on it. And
Right.
a lot of times you're going to get stopped out as they come back down, but that'd be okay because you already locked in a bunch of money. But every now and then you're going to get an HKD or a Finger or something, where I think Finger at one point was like 20x in 5 days. Right, you put $1,000 in, and all of a sudden you've got $20,000 coming out the other end.
Yep.
That's a big one. So
that's a hefty paycheck right there. I mean, SNTI, look at SNTI. I mean, that's one, that could be crazy.
Yeah, so if you had gotten a great price, because this has been on the races for days. It's been on the races. I saw it the first time around $2. So yeah, you took a scalp on that day. Maybe you bought 1,000 shares worth, and you made $400 or $500 on it. And you just left yourself with like, 200, 300 shares that are worth, $300-400. You don't care if the thing goes to zero and you lose $300-400, but now you're up double, right? And
exactly.
Then who knows with this thing? Is that the all-time high? Yeah, $8. So is it going to get there overnight? Probably not. But if you put it away somewhere and you put your stop at maybe all-time lows, and then you set a price alert and says, don't tell me about this until it hits all-time highs or all-time lows, and just leave me out of it until then, and just kind of move on with your life. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some good, I don't know, just thinking out loud on how to turn some of these really nice day trades that we're finding into even better, like, swing trades and longer term ones. So
take a look at Tops here now. That's got some volume that's come into it. It's not traded a ton of shares yet, but that's quite the move it's made now.
Tops, yeah, like the things like this, right? Like I'm not a bottom picker on a swing trading point of view, but man, if you got it from a day trading and you locked in enough profit that you're comfortable, that's kind of all you need, right?
Yeah, AERC, I am kicking myself. I don't know what I did. I thought I hit buy, and apparently I didn't. And I thought I heard order filled, but apparently I'm hearing things, and now it's moved off. I thought I got a fill at 470. I just saw Patrick mention it. I'm really pissed right now. Legal, if you're not getting the races, you might need to upgrade. I don't know what version of the software you're on. You might need to upgrade though. Yeah,
it might be time to because they should just open up.
You don't have to buy anything. It's just the version of the software. If you go to help and about, if you go on the menu bar, you go to help and then select about, that should tell you what version you're on. I think you need to be on 0.5, 0.69 or higher. You should really be on the latest beta.
Yeah, I've been hammered on this new beta, and it's pretty good. Now, if you want to feel better about AERC, I was in at $4 and I sold out at $4.30. So,
all right. Well, I was in SNTI at $2.99 when I sold some at $3.10, $3.40, $3.60, and $3.70. So,
well, that's better.
Yeah. But that was from multiple. So I got in at $2.99. Then I made another re-entry at like $3.30 something, and added. So it was in and out, but all the same. I mean, sitting up, now it's giving up 4 actually. So,
well, it's funny. Right before I popped on here, I just tuned into Trader TV, see what they were doing. Oh yeah, legal. You're on 4.2, so you're way old. So just go to tradeadeas.com, scroll down on the download page, go to the latest beta. You've got a lot of. You're like 4.2 is probably a few years.
That's
ago,
like
right. That's
3+ years. Yeah, that's 3+ years. So you can head here now. There'll be a beta version and the production version. It doesn't matter which one you do. There are half a dozen, 1/6 of the other. you're not using E-Trade if you're on 4.2 anyways, so you don't have to worry about that. The real reason for the release of the 5.6.9 was because of that E-Trade hang-up that happened when they changed that in their API. So you can either one of those, and you'll be able to launch races after that. There's a lot of things that have changed with the software since then. Your charts will update much faster. You'll have access to docking.
Oh yeah, you're still on the old like 10-second refresh charts, aren't you? At that
yeah,
one?
And there's also what else? I don't think you have full pre-market data on charts and scanning.
Yeah, it's funny because we update stuff so tiny but frequently that it kind of doesn't feel like we're doing a lot. But yeah, when you like all the things like, so yeah, docking doesn't exist. Yeah, the charts, the pre-market data, the market explorer, races, like there's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, legal. Go update and play around tonight. You're getting for free. You're getting a hell of a lot. If you like trade ideas before, you're gonna really like it after you update.
Big time.
Because yeah, that's an old one. But are the HTML races out for beta, or are we still testing that?
We're still testing it. However, there are a few customers with it now, but I'm not telling them that they have access to the HTML. But there are a few people that had those layout issues that were really, really messing with their layouts. So there's a couple of people that Julio said give them the last internal beta. Just don't tell them about HTML so they don't run into any problems with it. Because I had a lot of issues with the HTML last week, and Julio was getting mad.
Yeah, I did I noticed slowdown as well, but I updated the one they put out yesterday.
Yes, this has been perfect,
and it's been way better. So whatever they did.
Yeah.
The only reason I asked too is because I'm going to show all this off when I'm down. I guess for anyone in the live stream, if you're in Toronto, I'm doing a CMT presentation on Thursday in Toronto, and then on Friday, and then on Friday, I'm going to be on Trader TV all day. So yeah, I just wanted to see if it was up to show it off. Someone's asking how to check the versions. You just go to your main window here with your little orb going, and then you go account. Oops. And that disappeared. Oh, and then that disappeared. I'm clicking all over the place. Sorry, you go help, and then you go about, and it will open up a window. I had to say about, so everyone probably knows I'm Canadian now, but it'll give you this little information right here, and the version numbers right down here. So you won't have my version because my version is an internal version that we always try to do a little bit of testing before we send it out to you guys as beta. So that's that. Again, make sure you're at 5.6 if you can be. You can always just go and download the latest beta. Another way to make sure, and this is something that you should just have ticked, and as soon as you have it ticked, you won't have to worry about it ever again, is if you go to Tools and Options, there's a little light bulb right here that's called Upgrade. So just tap on the upgrade, and there's two options here. So it says show me, and then it's either production releases only or all releases. If you want all of the new cool stuff as it comes out, just click all releases and then click save. And then what will happen is your new button will turn green. So if your new button's gray like mine, it means you are on the latest beta version that's on our website and there's nothing you need to do. If that turns green, it means you head on over to the link that Chris just shared right there. And yeah, you just head on over there and download the latest beta, and away you go. Now, if you don't want, so this is the caveat I always give for people who are not tech people, they may not understand what the word beta means. And it basically just means still in testing. The phases of software release are alpha, beta, and production. So alpha means that you really shouldn't even have it. If you're on an alpha version, you would probably give it directly, but that's kind of what we're playing with internally. So step one is Trade Ideas gets the version internally. we all bang on it, right? A lot of us are traders, so we're using Brokerage Plus, or we're trading away on it our own ways, and we try to hammer out all the bugs that we can find. And then when we release a beta, basically what we're saying, if you sign out with the beta, is that you're kind of accepting, yes, you get access to all the new cool stuff, but in return, there may be some bugs that we haven't found yet, right? So it's really a combination of, do you want the coolest stuff? And are you okay? Maybe there's a glitch here or there that we haven't found. We usually do a pretty good job of hammering them out, but they can be there for sure. If you want just a rock solid experience and you're okay with waiting for the cool stuff to get really hammered out before release, then you want to stick on the production version, right? So, but yeah, you go help and then about, and a little box pops up. But I would just go and make sure that you have that either production releases or all releases ticked, so that you can be alerted, because you don't want to have to check every time, right? And this is the way to make sure that you don't. Now in the future, eventually we'll have it so kind of like updates in the background, but that's like a stretch goal after we do some stuff. So all right, Chris, it was cool chatting. I am going to take off for a little bit. I
Sounds
hear
good.
a screaming child and a upset mother, so I need to go help her for a little bit. And
You got it. I made
go to
the
marketing
screen
meeting.
switch, and you are ready to go, sir.
Awesome, man. I'll see you
All
in the
right.
marketing meeting.
Sounds good. Adios.
Talk to you then. Bye.
All right. So sorry, but I had myself on mute for a few minutes there. I was with Michael in the YouTube channel doing a little back and forth with him there, and I didn't want to torture you all in the room here. Off mute on both of those screens, back up on both of those. So let's see. Ron had asked about the linking. So Ron, as long as you're on the latest versions of Trade Ideas, make sure you're on those, and you should have no issues. I build my link. Here's my time in sales, and if I go through and click on it, as you can see it going right through. The order of operations that you need to do is first launch IB, all right, as an administrator. So you've got the IB icon here. Right click, run as administrator. Let that load. All right. Then do the same thing with Trade Ideas. Right click Trade Ideas, run as administrator, and then build the link from there. Then when you go to shut down, first shut down Trade Ideas. All right. Close Trade Ideas first, and then make sure you save your layout when you close Trade Ideas. All right. And that should save the link. Then you close IB. So that should be the order of operations. Trade Ideas is always last in that order of operations, Ron. Yeah, I'm using IB. And I haven't had to build a link, and I don't know how long. There was the issues for a little while. IB made some changes, and of course, whenever they make changes, they don't let us know, which kind of stinks. But it is what it is. Linking is 100% one-sided effort from us. And then Denver, Crispy, can you explain how to share a window in TI so someone can share a scan with me? Yeah. So any window can be shared. Right-click, save or share to cloud, click that, and then save and share, and it'll give you a URL, and they're going to copy that URL and send you that URL. And then once you get it, you're going to want to save it as well. And it's as simple as that. How to specifically run as admin, just right click it. Here, so I'll bring over an icon again. So right click the desktop shortcut and do it from the shortcuts. Don't do it from the menu, from the taskbar down here, right? Always do it from the shortcuts, listen to me. Shortcuts, all right? The desktop shortcut. So right click, run as administrator. saving layout, what I would do is this. When you go to leave, press the X and then press yes, save layout, and that will save the link. So you close Trade Ideas first, then close Trader Workstation. And that should take care of that for you. And then Jamie over in YouTube, were you able to see what version you're on? I typed it out when Michael was talking, but just in case, right here, go to help and about, and that'll tell you your version right here. And the latest beta is 5.6.9. The latest production is 5.6.4. With TradingView, so JJ, do exactly what I was just showing there. And then in the external linking, the rule, you got to set the rule to TradingView, wherever that is. Yeah, TradingView, set the rule to TradingView and click use alternate method as well for TradingView. And you have to be on our latest version. So you need to be on either version 5.6.4 or 5.6.9 because TradingView really screwed with our linking a while ago. But I know dozens of people that have been linking with it just fine since we made the updates on it. So you should be good there. And again, you have to run both programs as administrator. So both programs, and that should do it. If you don't click the use alternate, the alternate method, it'll give you this runaway effect with it. Now, I'm pretty sure IB is the only one that the link will save. So everybody else, you have to rebuild the link, and it just is what it is. You're welcome to complain with the third parties we're linking to. I doubt they will care. But they have, background processes that don't allow us to save the link, regardless of our efforts from it. So not ideal, I know, to build it, but having the link is better than not having the link. So holy cow, tops, I blew that one. I said to myself, I really want to take it on a 410 break. This is killing me now. I was talking with Michael and half paying attention. What a move. And I caught that really early again with the races. Yeah, tops on its earning day was a nice little move there. Intraday move anyways. All right, so other than that, just kind of sitting on my hands right now. I've got this AD EA still. I made that run right there, and that was it. So, we shall see. Good liquidity. Trade 1.3 million to this point. Obviously no way to really know relative volume. It's 2 days of trading now. That just had me do a double take. I saw this TOP with 14. I said, there's no possible way that could have happened. Wow, this thing's getting crazy. Wow, what a move. Oh, killing me right now. Absolutely killing me right now. Oh, Loretta Lynn passed. All right. That's a bummer. ATGX. Some volume would come in. I don't know if this is just nonsense or not. But there it is nonetheless. And AERC just continuing to look real good here. IMUX. There's quite the move in that as well. volume coming into it. It just plays everywhere right now. Market doing? The market's rolling over, actually. Qs. Even more so. It'll be an interesting turn to see what happens here for the balance of the day. And UX setting off a price alert for me here. Again, not crazy with the volume, but gets through this level. Certainly could be some room on it. Not a big float either, 24 million in the float. All right, so again, anybody with any questions, please fire those away for me. Sorry, I say that and I just realized this stuff went in. All right, legal over in YouTube. Glad you got that working. No, Joe, Barry is on vacation, so I'm just filling in for him. Normally, I just run YouTube from noon to 1 on Mondays and 3:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday. Barry's taken some much deserved time off. And told him I'd fill in for him here to share a screen, although I think Real and William are taking care of the chat pretty well without me even looking. So I'm really grateful to both of them. Tops, oh my. So much like Barry, at 2 o'clock, there is a marketing meeting. So I will be attending that. I'll put myself on mute then. Till then, oh man, I can't even look at it anymore. I can't even look anymore. I guess, Jonathan. I think Tops is doing something on its own. I'm trying to think of shippers off the top of my head. I mean, I'm not seeing the same thing across the board. Well, all right, GLBS, but still the move doesn't sustain there. Golden Ocean, no. So, I mean, looking at these, almost none of these have made any sort of move whatsoever based on Tops. The only one was a GLBS, kind of, and something else did. I don't know what the other one was. But no, there's no other real big move in here. So really kind of Tops on its own at this point. If it didn't alert, then yeah. If you ever have a question on a scanner, you can email us to support. You can email us there and just say, hey, stock XYZ didn't alert. Can you help me on why it didn't? And then send us a cloud link to the scanner, of course, and we can take a look at it. HOLO. So an initial big move yesterday and just faded the rest of the day. Another move here today. DAC, you say, huh? Yeah, a bit of a move there. Yeah, they were more gap ups and moves, but yeah, part of the shipping crew as well. remember what was it in like 2017 and 2018. I think it was like November of both those months. There's insane moves in the shippers, insane moves. Well, back below 5, yeah. Easy come, easy go. That's why we don't marry them. So IMUX, these big topping shadows. The last 45 minutes here. Tops is in the hands of center point now. I'll back up above 5 again. All right. Well, we'll see. That's just a bounce as it works its way back down. I think when I first saw tops coming through, it was at like 200 or 300,000 shares, now up to 5 million. That's hysterical. Just like that. Yeah, you can post that scanner here. I wonder if it's the parabolic one that I did months and months ago. Now I'm curious. I have 2 different ones that I did. I never use them, but they put out some okay stuff. So that's a collab link. You want to do a cloud link instead, Jonathan. So right click it instead and select save or share to cloud, then click save and share, and that will give you the URL you want to post. There you go. Go ahead and load that. Take a look here. Won't let me load it. That's strange. Oh, I see what happened because I clicked your collab link before it kicked me out of the software. There we go. Wonder if that's the same one or not. Let me load. No, it's similar, but it's not the same. I don't think. Configure. Oh, it is the same. Interesting. But the name changed on it. Someone changed the name on it. So yeah, that's the one that I made. I made this back in April. Cool. All right, so both sides here. I'm going to throw myself on mute so you get ready to go into the marketing meeting. But I will be back hopefully not too long from now. All right, folks, I'm back. It was an extended time away. Sorry about that. Nothing I can do. Let's get rid of that. Don't save. So AERC, just keep on keeping on here. TOPS still hanging up there really well. Really shocked at that. SNTI back at it. So a lot of great plays today, all day long too. A lot of opportunities. Market here. The market pulled back some, trying to work its way back towards high of the day and fading again a bit here. Open the scanner in a while here. APE, APE, this nonsense. GCE, whoa, that was something, huh? AUTL, still poking its head around here, so I just want to erase not that long ago. Wow, ETNB, just steady as she goes all day long. I went back through this morning's. Yeah, so all I'm doing is I have a 5-minute volume in there. So if I open the top list here, it's just easier for me to open that so it doesn't stop my scan. So I open the top list here. I use a 5-minute volume, this 5-minute volume here to do that. So I just want to make sure I don't need it heavily trading through the day. I just want to make sure it's trading though. I don't want to see it something that traded, 50,000 shares in one lot and then doesn't trade for 20 minutes and then trades another 30,000 shares and then doesn't trade for 40 minutes and so on and so forth. I want, some consistent ticks moving throughout the day. I want to know it's actively being traded. BHVN. Wow. What the? Well, it's up 11% from the open. Could you imagine? There must be something more to this chart than what I'm seeing here. There must be something much more to this. Oh, okay. That's what it was. All right. That makes sense. Pfizer completes active. That makes sense. I was going to say, that's ridiculous. I use that 15 number. So that filter, Jonathan, it's a 10-day look back at 15-minute volume. 5-minute volume. And so it's done in a percent. So 100 is normal, 200 is 2 times, 300 is 3 times. So I don't need it doing abnormal volume. I don't care about it doing abnormal volume because there's plenty of stuff I wouldn't have caught otherwise throughout all these months if I was just looking at abnormal volume. I just want to know that it's trading a few shares every 5 minutes. That's all. I just need it trading a few every 5 minutes for me to be interested in it. So I just stuck a very low number in there. I stuck that low number of 15 in there for that. Just looking at these compare counts here. So they ran all day long. You have a hiccup like yesterday. Bullish numbers for the whole day as a total, but we've seen on the larger caps, new highs really start to slow down and the new lows pick up a bit more. We'll see what happens here until the close. SNTI trying to challenge that high of the day here. You guys are talking about PEGY. Big move there. All right. Other than that, it'll be a quiet wind down for me here. I'm probably going to leave the room here at about 3:30, or I'll leave my screen up, but I'll put myself on mute, and so I'll just be doing some kind of commentary over in the YouTube side. I get a lot of questions over there, and I don't want to bore everybody over here with the talk over there. So anybody that wants to migrate to the YouTube side, I'll drop a link here. Like I said, I'll give it about another 15 minutes, and then I'll leave the room open for now, but I'll keep my market commentary over to the other side. So just put in the general market there. So anybody, when they're ready, that's a link to head over to YouTube if you want to join me over there. Aside from that, not a whole lot going on here on my end of things now.
ATXI.
ATXI making a price alert. AUTL still pushing up through. Just not a lot of volume on that. Let's get off this weekly chart here. ATXI. We talked about earlier how it had been defending that 13 level, came back down and busted through that, made a base down here around 12.50 1450, give or take, and here it is on the end of the day. Trying to break through that 1415 level again. Incredible from tops. Well, I just saw your comment there, Shady. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big appeals to trading for me anyways. That, you know, there was no limit to my upside potential on it. You know, that was my big appeal to it, or among my big appeals. Yeah, totally agree with that, Shady. There goes SNTI for that next round up. Well, there's the trade of the week rum. What a reversal that's having right now, huh? With some volume too. Pretty solid right there, that move. I wonder if this has something to do with Twitter. That's still halted for news. Just wonder if any of the other social media stocks are doing anything here. Nope. Nope. SNTI. Where the heck is my... There it is. 5's a nice round number. Yeah, so SPY jumping around still. I don't think we see much of a move in the SPY from here, but maybe. No, nothing else. It was a heck of a 2-day run for it.
AVCT.
SNTI almost hit 5. Sorry, folks. I'm so tired right now. I'm literally ready to fall asleep. It did hit 5. Look at that. Ain't that something? I still got a little ADEA left. I sold some back in here. I sold some here, actually, and I sold some basically at the same level again. I missed this move up here. I guess I'll be closing the rest in a moment here. I was hoping to see it do a little bit more than it did, but can't complain. Wins are wins. Yeah, Paradox, good call. Thanks, I appreciate it, Paradox. I know I'm not quite on the mic, and I got to mute myself a lot and things like that. You know, all these different Zoom meetings I got to join in and stuff like that. So it kind of takes away from me trying to have a flow with everybody in here. You know, and then I know you all have a rapport with Barry at this point. So, you know, I do a lot on the YouTube side, which, you know, I'm going to completely migrate over there in a moment. You know, there's a lot of newer users coming in there. A lot of people, you know, still really looking to learn how to trade over on that side. So I don't like to bore the people in the main room with that kind of chatter. I know you're very, you know, you're all very focused and sharing ideas and things like that. So, you know, I want to be respectful to everybody that's in here in this room and as a, you know, longtime veteran user of it and contributor of it. So all those things. Oh, okay, Jonathan. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to start to move over there in 1 second. I'll drop that link again in the general chat, and then I'll leave the screen up, and, you know, Real and William are here. And whenever you guys want to take off, Real and William, obviously, you know, you guys are on your own schedule. And I'll just, you know, if it's still open after around 4:30, I'll just shut everything down then. But if anybody wants to head over to the YouTube side, you get over there through that link in the general market talk. I'll mute myself over here so I don't bother you all. You know, do a rundown of my top 10 and some stuff like that, and tour around the market a little bit and all that. So, you know, thanks everybody in here. You know, everybody's been, you know, very nice and very kind, and, you know, these are tough shoes to fill with Barry gone. So, just, you know, make sure that we keep it, you know, positive. It's been a nice experience being in here the last couple of days, and a couple more to go. So, all right, everybody, I will either see you on the YouTube side of things, or I'll be back here bright and early with you folks tomorrow. Take it easy. All right, Jonathan. Sorry, I was all these screens and everything's jumping around on me. So, how in chart can you change the ticker? Oh, so Jonathan, yeah, you can just click on the chart and start typing, and you'll be able to change the chart like that. Nice and simple. Not exactly intuitive to see it, but very nice and simple. And then yeah, so you can do this with the charts for being able to look at different tickers. So you can right click here on the chart, and you can go to properties, and you see symbol linking. There's a check here. So you can check or uncheck the symbol linking if you want it linked. And then you can link different charts and different scans and different single stock windows like that with this here. So there's a few different things that you can do with that. There. If you want a static chart, you'll just uncheck symbol linking, and then the chart won't change at all. So like you can see, these are all, you know, everything says red here. You know, this P for price alerts is red. My checkered flag is red. All this stuff is red like that there. And that's indicating that's all linked together as a red group. Yeah, I know a lot of it's simple, but it's not intuitive, some of it, especially with the right click stuff. And then, you've got, you can right click, right? But there's all these options in here, time frame and send to, markup, properties. And then, you go inside properties, there's quite a bit inside properties as well. It's not like it's just boom symbol linking, you've got all these different items in here. I'm going to actually move something around. So let me bring this back over and I'm going to dock StreamYard here. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, very convenient like that. Really convenient. Makes it nice and easy. So, I know most of you have been here for the day anyways. Oh, Mike, I didn't see it popped in earlier. How are you doing, buddy? How you doing? But just to run down the top 10 here on this scan. So, you've all seen it all day long, but I don't have any claims to fame with trade ideas. So I'm grasping at straws, making this my claim to fame, the scan here. But, SNTI, the move in that all day long in focus here. TOPS, think how early we caught that on a 4 break with the scan here. AERC in focus all day long, big time with this one. Another great one here. AVCT, not so much. Yeah, it had this nice move here, actually. I think it started coming in around 250. So, yeah, there was an okay move from 250 to 290, actually. It wasn't terrible. Not too shabby, not the greatest move, but certainly something tradable there, that's for sure. IMVT, great moves out of this. And again, illustrating patience, how important it is to be patient here. Makes this great move right off the open, consolidates, and then has that last gas spike there. On a 5-minute chart, it looks a little nicer here, that there was, time to get in and time to get out. Again, was it easy? No, but what we do is not easy. HOLO, I didn't really see this, but obviously it won enough races here to made its way on there. So over 240, made a nice move up to 280. So you really can't shake a stick at that percentage move here. Fairly nice. CUE, we talked about this a lot early in the day here, made this initial move in a pullback, but off this 280 level, 280 to $3, you can't really complain about that either, as a percent move. And what was nice about this is, once it got up over this 260 level here, it had room to make that move. So again, really like that there. QSI, another one here. Caught it over this 3 break and a beautiful move all the way up here. So another great one on a 5-minute chart. It looks even better. UTL, I don't think there's a lot. Yeah, not really much there. Yeah, 20-cent move here. I think we caught it somewhere just before 260 on the races. What was tough about this one is the volume. It didn't have, had good relative volume, but didn't have a lot of shares traded. So kind of as far as that goes. And ADEA, I'm still holding a couple of shares in this here. I was really holding out hope for another good move up here. I thought maybe we could see $9 on it. There's no chart resistance on this. So, part of me wants to hold some of this overnight and take it for a swing trade. But I'm not going to. And I'll probably be mad at myself tomorrow because it'll probably gap up and run tomorrow or something ridiculous. But it's not part of the plan. It's not how it's share sized. So that's that. But, I caught this on an 8 break here coming through the scan. And So a good day here for the top 10 again. ALVR, nah, nothing there. So I'm looking at SMG today, but is there any reason to go higher after today? I mean, the reason is never to ask. It's, is there room, SMG? I mean, in theory, sure. If it bounces and it gets back over this 47 level, 47.50, you could climb this here. But is there any reason for it to? No. I mean, it's a terrible looking chart. It looks like it was, this looks exactly like a lot of other stocks. It was pumped up by the Fed, essentially, participated in all that free money and steroids for the market. And when that started getting taken away last year, the thus result. I mean, Miracle Grow is a $200 and something stock. I mean, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Right back where it belongs, in my opinion. I mean, seriously ridiculous on that. So, I mean, could it go back up? Sure. I mean, I don't think there's any reason for it to, though. We're moving out of lawn care season for sure. Right. But, with deals like that, has nothing to do with, technical analysis. I mean, it's a day trading vehicle at this point now, unless you're an investor, but, I'm not. So it's another terrible looking daily chart. Terrible, absolutely terrible looking daily chart. You can, if you click on the chart and you hold the CTRL button, the control button, you can zoom in and out like that on the chart. And then if you don't hold the button by scrolling your mouse and holding that, if you don't hold the CTRL button, the control button, it'll just scroll backwards in time like this. And then, I mean, you could scroll in at that time period, So like, I'm back here on the 29th and zooming in on the 29th. That was the short and skinny of all that. I won't go through all the price alerts that I had here because I'm pretty sure anybody that's in YouTube right now has been listening to me all day anyways. So I think we're pretty clear on a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I am too, Jonathan. It's a pet peeve of mine that most new subscribers, I'll say, 9 out of 10 new subscribers don't tune into us for whatever reason. And it's kind of obnoxious in the sense that we get asked a lot of questions that are just so much easier to demonstrate here. And I get how a lot of people want to, they want to have calls with us and things like that. But there's only a few of us here that trade and use the software. And there's thousands and thousands of people, that are already subscribed and, a few hundred new subscribers every week. So it's impossible for us to take calls. We're not some big multinational company or something like that. I've got an order here I want to cancel.
Order cancel.
So it looks like some of these flyers are now starting to give it up a little bit here. SNTI. So I think you got a lot of people that don't want to take any risk home overnight. You've seen that SNTI here, tops. These are day trading vehicles anyways. Depending on what Bitcoin does, Mara could be interesting going into tomorrow again. Same with Riot. Where's Riot? Riot, not as much. I think Mara is a nicer looking chart than Riot. Not by much. More because of the intraday on it than anything else. The intraday of today. So we got about 17 minutes and change on the market. And then, Jonathan or anybody else that's not normally here on the YouTube side or just tuning in for the first time ever. Normally, Barry closes the room at about 3:25, 3:30, and I take over YouTube for him. And, I run it more like what I'm doing now. Yesterday was an anomaly kind of day of having a strange week, aside from having to take over for Barry for the week, with some different things going on with my computer and some other personal stuff. So, I do a lot of commentary on, what I saw during the day, because normally I haven't been around the entire day like I have been today. And SPY still trying to fight here. Be interesting if it closes on high of the day. And Q's. And Q's not looking as healthy as the SPY's going out in here. AERC remains strong here. Trying to put another green candle. This pullback here. So you got 3-bar pullback. CWH. I mean, I don't know, with CWH.
Order cancel.
I'd like to see it consolidate, but if it can get through this 27 level handedly, and you're looking at 28 and change, really, right? Could be something to build on here. I'd like to see it go this way for a day or two. And of course, you're going to want the market on your side. Anything short of that. Here we go with the compare counts. Starting to see a bit of buying going on here until the close. I mean, I don't look at moving averages on daily charts, Michael Anthony, so I couldn't say. What I do think is we're in a bear market and that this is a bull trap, this rally. That's, what I think. I hope I'm wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times before, so. But I don't see any reason. I don't see any reason that the bull market ends right now. There's nothing jumping at me that says, hey, let's give the all clear. I mean, you've got talk about Credit Suisse blowing up over the weekend, and there's talk about there's some other major funds or banks that might be in a death spiral. Inflation is not going anywhere whatsoever. You've got an massive energy crisis over in Europe. So, there's nothing. Macroeconomic view looks terrible still. I try not to over focus on that because, there's always terrible macroeconomic stuff, but a little more now than, the last little bit here. The IWM. The IWM sitting in absolutely no man's land right now. I mean, absolutely no man's land. Yeah, I mean, this rally could last a few days, could last a week, or more. We've already seen it in this bull market a couple of times.
Order cancel.
I don't have any targets or anything that I'd put on anything. I think absolutely, yes, we could see a bounce. We could see a bounce up into this level here. We could see a bounce to 180. But that's the path of least resistance for now still. I do not think that we will see, we didn't just fall off a cliff like here and make a V recovery. So you won't see this here. I think you're going to see, if we recover, you're going to see more stuff like that. Well, I look at it in a sense like this. First off, I don't really trade many quote unquote large cap stocks, but so I think this is a better indicator of the overall market itself, the large caps here. And the small caps is a better indicator of what I'm usually trading or holding and how risk on or risk off I can be. So for example, today was a really risk on kind of day. And that's why I've held so long, even though it's flopping around. Where the hell the stock is, ADEA. Now it's making another pop again here, but it's been a risk on day, right? So, I'm holding till kind of the last second. I mean, if we get a really big spike, I'll get out of it, almost considering closing now because we're seeing levels that we haven't seen since an hour plus ago. But, it's led me to believe today's more of a risk on kind of day. That's how I look at it. And so I kind of line those things up like that between those two scans, or I guess, they're scans. So like everything, I consider everything a puzzle, and, we get the pieces, we get to decide what pieces we'll put together and how to use them. And that's how I use it.
IMBT.
Well, yeah, the dollar is everything. IMVT, that's hysterical. I think that's something. So this could run again tomorrow. So yeah, what's the dollar? UUP or UPP? I can't remember anymore. Yeah, UUP. So the dollar is everything. If that was the peak in the dollar, that was probably the bottom in the market. That doesn't mean that the market's just going to turn around and run right back into a bull, but that's the key levels, So let's take a look here. That's a big deal being below this level here because it stalled out at this level before. And here it is again doing the same thing, right? And the dollar is making new lows on the day, or trying to make new lows on the day there. And just look how inversed it is. Actually, let's do this. This will even be more fun. Why is my trade ideas being stupid? There we go. So let's go with the 15-minute chart. And here we've got them right up comparing. Look at this on a 15-minute chart. I mean, look how great this is. Here's the SPY. I mean, here's the dollar. Here's the SPY. Over this course of days, each box here is a day, right? Look how perfect in lockstep they are in the opposite directions of each other. The dollar is literally everything at this point. So, we can make of that what we will. But I think that is a very, very, very big deal right now.
PACB.
Pacific Bio, we haven't heard from that in a couple of hours again. Here's another one that's interesting, right?
DNA. Q.
Oh, everything is lighting up here on the close here. Everything seems like it wants to go out on highs. Or near them anyways. We've got just under 4 minutes here to go for the close. Oh, Michael Anthony, I don't know that I make more sense than anybody with charts. I try to keep it simple. I think the more basic you keep things, you keep more noise out. And SNTI, are you kidding me right now? Holy mackerel. Holy cow. Did not see that coming. Did not see that coming. I really thought when we started to get this pullback here, that would be the end of it. What a move. I'm crying in my soup right now, as Barry would say. Yeah, no, Robert. I mean, I'm not swing trading, period. Steve has an obligation to put out a trade of the week each week. So what a move in that, though. He can't just put cash every week. So there's a little story behind Rum. Had some consolidation like he was pointing out. And well, here we go. I think this was a big level to get through here. This will be the next big level. But if it gets 1370, 1375, it could really do some things, without any question. Not a big float. And it's got that, that new stock appeal to it. Twitter 52, huh? Is Twitter open? Wow, Twitter's open. Ain't that something? SNTI just continuing to moon. So I guess it's confirmed. Elon Musk is buying Twitter. Okay, so just under a minute here to go, folks.
Order filled.
All right, so I just closed out. For full disclosure purposes, almost all my ADE. I'm keeping a tiny bit of this ADEA to keep overnight. Just a tiny bit. Just I'm looking at this chart, and I mean, I'd have to get a open at 7 now to break even from where I was with what I have. So I don't think it's going to drop. Actually, I'd have to get 675 and I'd still break even on the trade. So I feel like this is setting up a good risk reward, this scenario, and I'm going to do it. Gonna do it. So let's see. That'd be funny. So, all right, that's a wrap for today, folks, on the market. I'll stick around for a little bit here. If there's some questions. Have I ever had a stop loss that wasn't honored? No. I had some stops that got blown through, and where they filled me, I didn't like it very much, but that's just, that is what it is. Oh, I've always had crazy respect for what Barry does at Perfect Circle. Lots of, I mean, I don't think there's anybody I respect more than Barry in the world of trading in general. The guy is beyond the class act. He's very patient and very kind. I get really like, I don't know if anybody else, when they get mad, how hot they physically start to get, but there's been some nasty emails that have come in about Barry over the years, the couple of years that I've been here. And man, I get like, it's all I can do not respond to those people and say something that I shouldn't. So I don't leave it for someone else to take care of. But I mean, the other thing too for me is I'm up at 5 o'clock my time every day, which is what would that be? 2 o'clock Barry's time. And I go to bed usually in between 10 and midnight. So I average like 5+ hours of sleep a night. So like this time of the day, I'm really running into a wall right now. And but it's cool, it's all part of the gig. Like I said, I do a lot of other stuff here. It depends, Peter, I would say. I think, I would look at something like this. If you were looking at a stock, let me build something out really fast so I can bring some things in and give you some examples of how I would treat short, some examples of how I would. They're not the end all be all of how I would do with things with short float, but so short float. I'm going to sort this by that. And then under specific filters, let's go $8 as a minimum and traded, let's say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right. So essentially just created a quick scanner here that's sorting on short float, and the stocks had to trade at least, come on. All right, there we go. Sorry, my software is being all skippy and jumpy. Oh, let me show this column too. Hold on. So, all right, let's look at something like Beyond. All right, let's take this chart here. And with Beyond, all right, look how we're in this massive downtrend. All right. So, and we can see short floats 40% and, short growth continues on, right? But where are people short from? Are they short from here? Are they short from here? Are they short from here? I'll bet you if people short this thing from all the way at $100 even, and so they're sitting really comfortable down here at $15. They have no reason to panic. They can continue to add to their short and get back out, and have a core position from up here, or even up here, or even here, so they can add those core positions for a long-term short. And, probably some big funds are doing it, and they can continue to short through here and here and here and add and come in and out and dance around it like that while they have this massive short position from way up here that they're sitting very comfortable in. So here on a day trade, I don't think the short float's really going to make much of a difference at all. And you're not going to find a short squeeze in this and something like this when it's on this massive downtrend like that. But let's try to find something that's not quite the same as that is. And it's going to be tough because everything's in a big downturn. Sava is going to be one for us. So here's Sava, right? And while, yes, you've got, all this that happened here, I doubt anybody is short Sava from 150 still or in that area. Most likely people are short Sava maybe at 100. Maybe, but they're probably short Sava more close to what the price is right now, given look how long it's been, almost a year that it's been around this area. And you're probably going to have a lot of people that are short Sava underwater right now as well. So I'd care more about this short float, big short float, good size short growth, right? And this thing has been in a nice uptrend since August, right? So that's why I would be more concerned about that short float, whether long or short it. Concerned if I want to long it that there's a potential for a squeeze here. Concerned if I'm short it that I could get hurt real bad. And remember, the limit to my loss is $0. The limit on a long trade, the limit to my loss on a short trade is infinite. So imagine someone short this thing back here at 30, 20, whatever it is. All right, and this thing spikes up to 100. They're over. That's the end of their trading. They'll never recover from something like that again. A retail person anyways, we're not talking about funds and things like that. So that's what I would consider. It's not just about the short float, Peter, like everything else, it's pieces of the puzzle. So you want to look at, what are the pieces that matter to you is what you need to look at. And how do you want to control those? How do you want to implement those in what you're doing? We can go through a few more of these here. ESTE. So this might be something that shorts start to get nervous in, right? Where's everybody short from it? How many people could possibly be shorted from above this level here, right? Now, while I'm sure there are people shorted from this level up in here, right? There's probably also people maybe shorted here that are getting a little more nervous, or maybe they're shorted back here, or they're shorted here or here. And those people are now nervous, right? And again, big short float, got a short growth there as well. And so if this thing, and this thing's been in a nice uptrend tear, and this was in a nice uptrend tear before the market turned around as well. Plenty of liquidity, good volume, right? So again, that's where you want to be careful. If you're short it now, you want to be careful. And if you're long it, or you're thinking about long it, there's a potential for a squeeze there. Doesn't mean it will happen. Just because there's a high short float and just because a stock moves up does not mean it's an automatic that a short squeeze will happen. But it's the potential is there, and we try to prepare ourselves for things like that. So hopefully that makes sense and helps you out there a little bit, Peter. And hopefully that's, I'm touching on what you're asking specifically as far as short growth goes, or in short float. No, I try to always keep it cordial on the emails. I don't think I've ever gotten out of line with anybody on an email. There was a couple of exchanges in this live room with some people that I don't think they liked what I said, but I don't care. I didn't say anything wrong, untrue, or out of line. And in life, something I teach the kids I coach at softball, I teach my daughter is not everybody's going to like each other in life. That's just the way it goes. We're not all created equal, and there's no such thing as fair. And nothing tells you that more than the stock market. The stock market is the greatest shower of life isn't fair and we're not all created equal. So, but anyways, outside of the realm of trading and things like that. So, yeah, that drew a lot of people in, Peter, that GME and the AMC and all that stuff like that drew a lot of people in. I just, what I always throw as caution to the wind is that stuff happened. Yes, there was the big short squeeze on there, and there's a big community that got behind it and all that stuff that happened. And it was, a once in a couple of years event. I won't say a once in a lifetime event, but, once in a couple of year event, I would say it was more like for what happened with GME. But I would hope that anybody that got pulled into it is taking kind of the path that you are, Peter. And I think, Peter, you're taking a great path in the sense that first, I just have our back and forth between emails and in here. But, you asked a lot of the right questions, I feel like, and, you're not looking to make the quick dollar and, you're not conspiracy theory that, naked shorts are holding down those prices. You're learning and growing along with the software and with your trading and things like that. And I just hope anybody that came in based on that, that flash in the pan with GME and all that, learn to be risk managers, have learned over time. I kind of think about that with the Happy Gilmore effect, where you had Happy Gilmore came out and, you had all these people that, I'm going to learn golf and be funny with it and things like that. And, golf's a great game, like anything, like anything else. Poker's a great game, golf's a great game, football, soccer, whatever. But, my point being is that hopefully a lot of those people that got involved in golf because of Happy Gilmore then took the sport a little bit seriously and were able to, able to grow in that game. And that, I think that'd be fantastic. That's just, my 2 cents anyways. So, I gathered it so much, Peter. I didn't think you were paying much attention to the meme stocks. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with the meme stocks not GME. Come on, Chris. My fingers aren't working. GME. There's nothing wrong in the sense that they're a good day trading vehicle. I mean, look at the range on this thing today. Look at the range it's had over all these months, and being on the right side of these trades and, using some good technical analysis in it is absolutely fantastic, right? Why wouldn't you? But, there's no investment here. I mean, how many GameStops are left and, things like that. So, you got a realistic sense, I think, Peter, about things. And, I think you're, good part of what we're doing here, and the questions that you ask, I really appreciate. And I think it shows, a lot of good stuff there. So, again, if anything was investable, AMC, I guess, would be the best of these things. But again, how many people are going to the movies and a lot of disruption in that and all that stuff like that. So, and as far as investment goes, that goes involved in digging into, fundamental reports and things like that. And I'm not going to do any of that stuff like that. So for all I know, maybe the world of movies is, and AMC has a big role to play in it still. I don't know. But, speaking as a technician, That's what I see as a technician, you know. So, but great day trading vehicles, you know, like I'll never deny that. Absolutely great day trading vehicles. Patrick, my focus is to make great trades, not necessarily a certain amount of profits. Yeah, you know, great trades, great risk management. That's the most important thing that I think any of us can do. You know, if people get it through their heads that we're risk managers, I think they'll be a lot better off. It took me too long to do that. It took me way too long to do that. It was very unfortunate for me. I'd be sitting in a lot different position in life had I taken a different approach and I'd really paid attention and really, you know, stuck it out with that stuff. But it is what it is, and that's all there is to it. So. So sorry, I was just catching up in the other room real quick, just seeing if real and whoever was around, because I can't let that go unmonitored completely. So, all right, that's that. That's life in a nutshell. FNGR. This went nuts in the pre-market and the post-market, right? So it's down from the open, still 14%, but it's up from yesterday's close, 3%. That's hysterical. So it goes to show you how important understanding that difference between change from open and change from close is. You know, I'll be honest, these, you know, little things like this were things that I didn't understand or didn't pay attention to, especially in my first year trading. You know, I really wish I had. So, you know, there's a lot of things I wish I did in my first year. Could have, should have, would have, all that stuff like that. It is what it is. EERI, it's strange. Must be a buyout. So SPY, I mean, I want to be one of those hopeful people, you know, where you know, maybe that can't be right. That bottoming tail on the SPY, am I missing something? If it opened here, and that's the low of the day, am I missing something? Am I that tired that I can't even look at a chart and understand it? I'm not wrong, right? Can anybody confirm that for me? Yeah, we never traded down to 366 today. This is the kind of stuff that's going to break my brain. Here, legal. I'm using, it's a scan I created. I call it relative strength from the open. Here's the, here it is. Why would that be included in the daily chart? That doesn't make sense to me. Is that something new that I don't know about? Because that's pre-market. That should have no bearing on the regular market. How do I not know that? Here you go, legal. So that's the race that I'm using. Now, the version that I sent you has a $100 max on it. This version and this version, they're the same thing. These two at the X are exactly the same thing, but they have $30 maxes. This one with the circle has a $100 max. So you're welcome to change that. Well, yeah, the false spikes I know happen quite a bit in the pre and post market. Unfortunately, not a whole lot we can do that. Oh my God, tops. So Paradox in the main room was just hitting me. My goodness. My goodness. Oh. I had an order to buy that at $4. Oh, that makes me sick to my stomach right now. Well, anyways. No, I'm sure Barry's works fine. I tease. It's my one claim to fame is that I was the first person in Trade Ideas to really use the races besides Dan and Brad. So you know what's funny is yesterday in Twitter, speaking of those flashes, oh my goodness. So yesterday in Twitter, we had that tail that happened there and everybody thought it wasn't real. And I confirmed it, with IB that there were prints here at that level. There's about 700 shares that traded at that level yesterday. So it's kind of funny that happened yesterday and then this happens today. What are the odds? What are the odds? Yeah, you know what the best part about the races to me is well, two best parts. One, obviously the live data, and then two, with alert windows, you need it. Is it a new high that's going to trigger it? Is it a new low or a 5-minute high or a 15-minute high or standard deviation break or breaking resistance? Because you got to pick. You got to pick an alert You got to pick one of these to go with all the filters that you're going to put into the scan. I don't need an alert with the races. And then I know, the races don't have an audible alert, but if you're paying attention, especially early enough in the day where things that are going to be interesting are setting up, you set price alerts with an audio alert on it. And that's what I think, pretty much everybody was here today and listening to how I did that. Right. And for me, it works fantastic. It's a narrow point of view, keeping in focus. And I've only got one audio alert going on. It's the stuff that's everybody's watching, everybody's interested in, everybody's day trading. And it changed my whole day trading, because I was at best a very kind of okay day trader on my best days a few years ago. And now I'm like very just above mediocre now. Now I'm just above mediocre. What was that? So I covered just before the news. Oh, Tesla had a short in Tesla. What did Tesla do? Wow. That's madness. That's a not great looking chart either. It's not as weak as some of the other stuff that we've seen, but I'm going to need something good. The Tesla bulls want to see that back above 275, 280. If I was a Tesla bull, I'd really want to see it back above there. Perfect circle. I think it's a complete mix on the continuations. I think some are going to be news, some with float, but like we looked at a few stocks that had some big floats in them today and continue to move well. I'm trying to think of what we saw that had bigger floats. Yeah, IONQ. That's a good size float. That had some legs on it for the whole day here for the most part. APPS, it held. I won't say it, went. Blue's a small float, right? No, Blue's not a small float. Held up through the day. There we go. CMI, just plugging along all day long. Big float there, 200 million in the float. So it's really a mix. I just think a big part of it is what's the flavor of the day? What are people going after? That kind of thing. So, there's going to be some commonalities, I think. And here's the other thing, too, that I found myself, getting into on occasion here is that, what is it, bias confirmation, or I'm forgetting the word that I want to use or the phrase I want to use. But like when you start looking for something, you see it everywhere, essentially, kind of like the idea is, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So like if I try to look at something and say, oh, all these stocks are the same and they're doing the same thing out of the races, But if I really start to break things down and go through all this stuff, there's so much data here. I mean, first off, I can never do it. But, we're finding, AUTL, another not small float and didn't trade a ton of shares. But look, the thing was up 25% today, right? PSNY, same kind of thing here. Oh, we don't even report a float on that, but sure we can find it somewhere. But again, nice move here. And you see, some of these, in real downtrends also, PSY, even though it's a newer issue, big downtrend here, but big day here, right? But then let's look at, SNTI, this thing traded all sideways and then bang, this explosion here. So it's a real mixed bag on the races. Really tough to say. Confirmation bias. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Confirmation bias. Yeah, love my support and resistance. And again, I just, for me, that acronym KISS, keep it simple, stupid, for me, it works well. The more I convolute things and try to overanalyze things, it's, it becomes too much bear for my brain. So, oh, wow, we're at 4:30. So, all right, everybody, I'll walk everybody out here on both, all right, so just come on the mic here in both rooms here. So 4:30, that's going to do it for me on the day here. Really appreciate everybody. A lot of positive comments, and this is why Barry's so protective of the room. I can see always, like I was in the room for a few years before coming to work for Trade Ideas, so I already know, but sometimes you forget when you're not around it. So greatly appreciate everybody, the questions, the comments, and the great idea sharing. And what I always tell people when I'm always trying to sell people on joining the room is the fact that nobody in here is saying, oh, stock XYZ is going to the moon. People come in with clear ideas and targets and resistance and stops and support and legit ideas in here. Nothing, no nonsense, legit technical analysis, and it's testament to all you in here. Really appreciate it. So let's see, tomorrow I don't think I'll have any extra nonsense going on tomorrow like I've had the last few days with my computer. So I try to have this open. I'll be honest, I could have this open as early as 7:30 tomorrow morning, and I'll throw up, a few pre-market things like I did today, but earlier, and we'll rock and roll tomorrow. So again, as always, I just thank everybody for all the positive. John J. Yes. Briefly, what type of trader am I? For intraday trading, for day trading, I'm a breakout trader, or I'm a pullback to resistance and breakout trader. So like something like SNTI here, I took a few trades in it today. I took a trade early in it on this breakout of 3 here and kind of held a tight stop. And then when it couldn't get through 310, I closed most of it around that area. But when it broke back out here, and then I saw a little pullback here and a breakout again, I grabbed it on a 335-ish here, and then rode some up into the 370s and 360s and closed the rest out there. And then it went on without me the rest of the day, but mostly I like support and resistance, volume, and breaking out essentially. So if you're around, tomorrow, John J, join tomorrow morning. I'll for sure be here about 8 o'clock in the morning and can go over a lot of that stuff. And then normally Barry's here. So, but I'm filling in for Barry right now. So, all right, with all that said, I greatly appreciate, all the positive questions, the comments and everything like that. Everybody that's in here is really fantastic. And I really appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions that I get. That will do it for me for the day. And we'll do it all again tomorrow morning. And hopefully have just as great of a day here. So, all right, thank you, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. We'll catch you tomorrow. Take care.